But before I get started proper, if you like city builders and minimalist city builders, I recommend this. It's tiny little puzzle city builder by the developer of a game called Ostriv. It's $3, and it's been made during well, while they've been running from war. So I would recommend checking this out if you're even remotely interested. Anyway, enough of that shenanigans. Like the blackjack mod. There's a mod for Cookie Clicker that gives you more cookies for the number of Twitch viewers you have if you're streaming Cookie Clicker, which I think is pretty awesome. The more viewers you have, and then like your viewers can also install it, and they also get the cookie bonus, which is fantastic. So you get the cookie bonus, and the viewers get the cookie bonus. So everybody gets the cookie bonus. But, you know. Let's play some Star Wars Dwarf Fortress. How's that? So, we started this yesterday, and we're going to finish it today. Jawas can't make armor, which is what we're playing. I can only make stun batons and fission cutters. Why haven't I done that already? Because I'm not in the Cookie Clicker directory, so the mod wouldn't work. It's the Revenge of the Orange. I mean, 5th. Hi, Orange. We currently have 118 Jawas. I'm very much not worrying too much about them if they die. They are represented by Jays, and this mod is very confusing because not only do I have a shit ton of Jawas that are all miners because I have a big miners hall, but we also have all of these things. So I have multiple Rancors, which are the only thing that has kept me alive. They killed a single Rancor killed a giant by itself, which is awesome. I have various droids that I don't really know. We got Lin droids. I don't think they do anything. We've got this Doctor droid who has this odd obsession with we have 2 Doctor droids, actually. We have Olon, the stray 2-1B Doctor droid, which is tame, as well as Adil. And they just kind of go around stabbing people with needles and making them keel over and pass out briefly. Because of air quotes probable bleeding detected. Anyway, none of them are ever bleeding. They are very good doctors though when people are actually injured, but they just like walk around my tavern and like randomly stab people with needles. It's kind of disturbing. We have this Insectomorph. We have a PK droid, an Imperial Assassin droid, a bunch of various other droids, as well as a bunch of flamethrower droids. Which is kind of funny because like they're like crafts flamethrower droids and like herbalist flamethrower droids and like anyway, I locked all of those droids in here, and they act kind of like a turret when things get close to them. We also have a bunch of baby Rancors now, which is awesome. Which from what I can tell are just like talented fighters. Like they're basically just like good wrestlers with big jaws and they can bite things efficiently. I probably need to make a rope. So I'm gonna try and make 3 ropes, and I'm also going to try and make a traction bench because I need one of those. So we played this for about 10 hours yesterday, and the fort's pretty simple. That's our little entryway. Kind of goes down to here, and this is where the majority of stuff is. We don't even have bedrooms. Like it's a mess. Down here we have some coffins in the middle there, and it goes all the way down to this lower level down here. We recently killed a giant ladybug because it was a forgotten beast, so we murdered it. There was also something that was breathing fire down here, which I think is just gone now, so that's good. The Jawas make a shit ton of babies, I've found. Yeah, it's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. This mod is a bunch of silliness and is gonna have a lot of me just like tabbing over to the Wikipedia and being like, okay, what the fuck was that? Because that's how I feel about most of this. I'm also kind of shocked about how well this mod runs. Like, I'm playing a bigger than normal map size, and I have like, well, I had like 160, but currently we have like 140 things running around. I guess it's because a lot of them are droids, plus like some visitors. We have a hut that's visiting, which is kind of awesome, which is of course like, you know, Jabba the Hutt, like the big slug thing, who's a poet, who is just like been hanging out in my tavern, just like socializing and saying poetry, which is awesome. We have like various droids that I don't understand visiting too, that run around and do tasks. It's a neat mod. I've been enjoying this a whole bunch. It's been good fun. Just probable bleeding detected, and if it's not detected yet, it's detected in the near future when we stab you. So, you know. That's Jabba Fortress. The AI doctor droids running around stabbing people because they detect stuff is our future. AI is totally already like that now. Probable bleeding detected in your near future. Here, let me give you a blood clot. Also, in other news, the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. That appears to just be a bunch of droids. Oh shit, they're pirates. I don't even know what a Crocian is. What even is that? Hold up. I'm going to the Wikipedia. What in the world is that? How do you spell it? It says C-R-O-C-I-N. C-R-O-C-I-N. Oh. You look very threatening. That is very much a Star Wars alien. It's like a very humanoid looking, but has weird thing glued to face and not enough fingers. That is a very Star Wars alien. Alligator flavor? Yeah, it's an alligator flavored humanoid with not enough fingers and funny skin. He shot first naturally. I mean, they literally just laid siege to me, so of course they shot first. It's Star Wars, though. The evil-looking alien always shot first. That's how we maintain a positive feel around our heroes, right? And don't turn into the bad guys. No, he didn't. No, he definitely shot first. But they also brought a bunch of other things. There's this thing called a Renat, which is known as a Quicon. Conquicon. Conquicon. That is a convention that 20 people would go to. A Conquicon. And in their language, they are a species of tall rodents with long tusk-like incisors. And their lower jaws and Ranants have simple personalities, oh that's rude, showing little evidence of emotion beyond the desire for food. So R-A-N-A-T-S. R-A-N-A-T-S. Wait, what? R-A-N. Ranants. R-A-N-A-T-S. Okay. Apparently they like cheese soup. They're literally rat people. Okay. They are literally rat people. Good. Okay. 40K would like your number. What else do we have? We have an H, which is a Harch, or a Satient Arcanid species, native to the Mid-Rim planet. Okay. And a Facon, Facon, who's another Crocian. What is a Harch? Oh boy. You are ugly. Like, don't mean to be rude or nothing, but there's Skavens in 40K, is there not? Yeah, but yes, I do. I just mean Warhammer in general. You are ugly. All right, well, good to know. Uh-oh. No, don't click on the video section of Star Wars. That bad. I should also just, like, mute the Wikipedia in case it accidentally plays the Star Wars music. What else do we have? We have a W. What's this W? Oh, it's a Wookiee. I don't think I need to look up what a Wookiee is, right? Shaggy giants from the arboreal world. The tall, commanding Wookiee species is impressive sight to even the most jaded spacer. The problem is, I don't think I can fight this. I don't know how big this army is going to be. But currently my entire army is incapacitated. So I'm just going to real quick do this. And just lock all of the Jawas inside, briefly, just so that I can finish healing up my military. Oh, I need to erase some back corner things. I just need to heal up my military, because they just kind of got wrecked. And I need to undeath them all. Alright, you guys run back inside, please. Get inside, guys. Get inside, get inside, get inside, get inside. Go back inside. Go back inside. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. All you back inside. Perfect. And I pull the lever. Chewie, not that Wookiee. That's a very specific Wookiee. All right, now that the Jawas are free to go. All right. I mean, we're still burying Jawas from the last siege, so because we literally can't make armor, my options for combat Jawas are like very low. We also really need some more combat Jawas, so I'm also going to get rid of the ranged Jawas because I've been having trouble getting them to equip ranged gear. So it's just like normal Dwarf Horde. So these guys are going to be disbanded. And I'm going to be looking for other dwarves that dream of mastering a skill. Mostly. Even though most of these are just baton Jawas. Or like is brave in the face of imminent danger, like this one. Because we're going to need to fight these guys. There isn't that many, but like a Wookiee is way tougher than, you know, me. And my poor little Jawas, you know? You don't think that their texture matters here? Yeah, we're not going to eat them. You know, people need to realize that Chewbacca is one specific Wookiee. Chewbacca is not all Wookiees. Just like not all humans are... I'm trying to think of a... Well, who's an iconic human? Yeah, I'm talking to Orange, not you, Fallen Kingdom. I said, it's a Wookiee, and it just goes, Chewie! It's like, no, it's not Chewie. That's not true. Yeah, no, not every human is Morgan Freeman, because we're all human. There you go. Not every human is Seth Rogen. Not every human is George Clooney. Not every human is Reese Witherspoon. All right. So let's just go thunk over here real quick. Pull that. And, so you know how earlier I was talking about how those doctrines do that? Probable bleeding detected. Are you stabbing my animals? You're also stabbing my guests. Probable bleeding detected. Injects painkillers. He's literally just like giving everybody morphine. We just have a portable morphine bot. Imagine 7 billion Seth Rogens. The whole world would just sound like all the time. And I do feel like the entire world, well, I mean, they're robots, so they're all stray. And because they're intelligent, they can't be assigned as pets. Suit from Half-Life, kind of. But yeah, it's literally just like stabbing everybody with painkillers. Wondering if anybody's actually making that traction bench, or even that rope for that matter. Doesn't look like it. You know, because, okay, so I've got this problem. Too many of my dwarves are just, like, spending time in that minor guild hall. I'm going to set it to members only. Although half my fort are members. But yeah, you can't have pets that are intelligent creatures. And robots in Star Wars are mostly intelligent. Mostly. I'm going to turn on some job cancellation so we can see what's being canceled. Give water, no water source. Well, I'll make you a water source then. Now, storage items for brewed drinks, okay. That's going to be your water source. Rock, pot, 100. What else are we getting? We need chains for traction benches. Let's just make a iron chain 2. Cancel the ropes because clearly the ropes aren't working. But I know I can make iron chains. Need splint. Wood, splint. Let's just make 10. Yeah, I mean, I'm convinced that it's just like an AI behavior in those bots that's like kind of off, but it just, the result is very funny. I'm sorry, what are you? Oh, I have a stray load lifter gem setter droid. They also seem to have like, because I can't assign jobs. They just seem to pick up jobs. I also have a droid that's depressed, and I can't assign it any tasks because it's a droid. So I don't know how I fix it, which is really sad, but also kind of amazing. I also have a child that's gone berserk due to it wanting a shell, which is very sad. But there's really nothing I can do, unfortunately. Oh, absolutely. Not only that, but a malfunctioning robot that does nothing but inject people with painkillers. It's like, it's a malfunctioning robot that does nothing except for give you painkillers. Which is a pretty good malfunction for a malfunctioning robot. Ooh. Flamethrower droids walked onto the map. So, this recruit over here got a little bit too close to the wild pack of flamethrower droids and is now combusting. Because, yes, wild pack of flamethrower droids are a thing. Oh, there it is. It's burning in the middle of the map. See? He's flashing. Flashing. How goes your, hot stuff? He's reptilian, so he probably doesn't have much to burn, but his leg is broken. And he's burning. Oh, my God. And then this guy's over here is bleeding. Why are you bleeding? Are you injured too? Or your head is... What the fuck do you look like? Hold on. G-O-T-A-R-I-T-E-S. G-O-T-A-R-I... That's some amazing makeup. It's... I'll have to... This guy's head is melted. Also, I think, Frog, your response was perfectly normal to that. And his head is melted. It's going... Well, yeah, it's very much period 0 period. Perfect. Well, its head is melting, which is why all that blood went everywhere. I guess its head melted because it got too close to the Crocin, which is a Crocin, which is this thing. So this guy's on fire, right? And then, oops, and then this guy got too close to him, and his head melted. But this guy's still on fire. So, let's see how the rest of this plays out. Are you just gonna stay on fire? I love that your friends keep walking next to you and then they keep catching fire. I think we may have a problem with this one creature. They're like not flammable. He's a recruit, so he hasn't realized that he needs to get like. I mean, he hasn't set anything on fire. Something just fired something. Uh-oh. Someone else is on fire? Flamethrower droid says, help, save me. Has the tide turned no, and then he fires something. So these are just wild flamethrower droids that are just passing through. It's just like a traveling herd of wild, majestic flamethrower go G0T0 droids. And they keep getting lasers shot at them by these pirates and then firing flames back at other things. Like, that's what that smoldering pile of whatever got shot back there is, or was. What was that? Oh, that was Sasmish Dofango, the pirate, who is very much on fire. Except I don't think this one's gonna live. Because that's a lot of smoke. Oh, nope, he's fine. Her head is dripping pirate blood, and her head is melted. Their heads like melting. How about you back here? Your right upper leg is fractured? Well, I mean, at least they're all whoop, that was a lot of blood. Where did all that come from? Not sure. Probably from the head that was dripping blood. Smear of pirate blood. I love how pirate is like a species in this mod. It's like, oh, it's pirate blood. Who's pirate's blood? Is that any pirate in particular? No, it's just pirate blood. Okay. Let's go up here and build that traction bench that I do need. But yes, I do find this mod particularly entertaining. For a multitude of reasons. That are probably obvious. Pirate Lasher is propelled away by the force of the blow. Because a spinning sharp laser strikes the pirate Lasher in the upper body, tearing the muscle and shattering the left floating ribs and bruising the liver through their large silk cloak. And they're propelled backwards. They got shot so hard they got fired backwards. And then the go-to droid says, I must withdraw. I improved my throwing and archery, which is shooting a laser. And I must withdraw, is all they have to say. We'll see you when we see you, Doc. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for swinging by. Your hat seems to have mysteriously disappeared while you were here, but that is okay. You have a good one, dude. Thanks for swinging by. I wonder if the doctor guys are actually doing doctoring jobs. Nope. Okay. Well, shit. What does the hospital have in it? Needs splints and crutches, basically. Oh, I see the problem. They don't have access to the carpenter shop right now. Let's give them access to the carpenter shop. They have access to wood, just not carpenter shop. We're also going to pause. Hey, kid, do you like drugs? That'll be 245 yabba yabba, or whatever the pirate currency that I learned about the other day was. Apparently, yabba yabba is the Tatooine currency that isn't credits that everybody uses. It's like what the Hutts use, apparently. I think that Dr. Bot's probably taking under the table. Actually, hold on a second. Can I? Damn it, they're just normal coins. I can't make yabba yabba coins. Although I could make gold coins. Actually, I should do that. I should make some gold coins. It's actually kind of a goofy thing that I really enjoy about Star Wars is that they kind of have like cryptocurrency before cryptocurrency was a thing with their credit system. And I'm just very amused by it. Need splint. All right, so you should, in theory. Someone in theory could go make splints now. And you do have carpentry. Oh, I see why. It's because they never got put in there. Let's just redo the job. Work time, you'll be lurking. Enjoy your lurkins. Enjoy your lurkins. Yeah, whoopee whoopee. Yeah, whoopee uppy. Whoopee uppy. Which I don't think is a thing. Yep. I should be able to mint whoopee uppy coins. That should have, like, no value. Wait, what? What the fuck is a bonzami? I mean, it sounds delicious. A bonzami. That's not a Star Wars. That's a Pokemon. Although I feel that way about a lot of these Star Wars things. Man, you know, I really... Okay, so I really want to do a visual game. Chat, so I want to do a thing. I want someone who knows nothing about Star Wars and nothing about Pokemon, and I want to do a Star Wars or Pokemon based on an image and based on a name. So it'll be like, this is the name of a thing. Is that a Star Wars or a Pokemon? Because looking at this, knowing nothing about Star Wars and knowing nothing about Pokemon, I could be either. Maybe too many teeth for Pokemon. A little bit more Star Wars. But, like, I could see this thing running around going, Bonzami! Or something. Can we train a neural network? Why would we need to train a neural network for that? Let's see the description of it, though. Bonzami are massive quadruped creatures that thrive in the frigid temperatures, and they have plated spines and razor-sharp teeth and armored heads with horned mouths. And my Jawas seem to be fighting with it. And doing pretty good. Hell yeah, guys. Come on. Smack it a bit more. You guys got it. It helps that, like, all of my Jawas have fishing cutters. God damn it. They're just, like, they're just drive-by smacking this thing. Like, literally, the fisher Jawa punches the Bonzani in the upper right leg and bruising the fat, and it missed us. The fisher Jawa scratches the Bonzani. It's like, pump, just runs past it, punch, punch, punch. All right. Still no one doing the woodcutting? Come on. Or carpentry? Not all of that wood is accounted for, though. Although there is the part where, like, half of my fort right now is currently, like, in hospital. There you go. Go make us some splints. That's what we actually need, is just splints. Good luck, animal. Let's see. How many do I have? And good luck, everybody. I just need to get my whole military out of the goddamn ditches, which is where they are right now. The Ranat pirate Axeman stabs the flamethrower Geoto droid in the body with her iron BD-1 cutter vibro axe. That definitely sounds like a thing. And the injured part is cloven asunder. And the pirate Axeman says, I've been injured badly, but I thought you just cut part of a droid off. Oh no, the two of them finally killed it. Man, now might actually not be that bad of a time to fight if we weren't, like, rehabilitating my whole army. If I wasn't actively, like, undeadifying my army, this would actually be a pretty good time to, like, fight them, because they are pretty beaten up. Actually, okay, the siege is still happening. Because, like, one of them died. One of them caught fire for a bit, which is this guy. And although these wild droids seem to be doing good work, so. You need a necromancy Jawa? So, that's just a Jawa that points at a droid and it stands up again. But also, my outpost liaison is a necromancer and also a Jawa. Lump, what up? It's good to see you. Welcome to some Jawa forting. We are Jawas and we are forting. And I'm starting to make beds because I really quite need some beds for these Utini experts. But how's things, Lump? Happy, what day of the week is it? Thursday. Yeah, it's Thursday. It's the last stream of the week for big ol' me's. That's the priority number. It's priority number 4. I could increase the priority and then it would be priority number 3, or I could lower the priority and then it would be priority number 2. It's one of those, like, I feel like you should have known that, but also I didn't know that Dwarf Fortress had a job priorities thing for, like, hundreds of hours of gameplay until somebody pointed it out, because I just never looked at the bottom left of the screen. I'll be completely honest with you. So, yeah, you should have known that, but also more people should know that. It's one of those, like, not I should have known that feels when you learn it. It's more of a, I should have presumed that. That's actually more accurate to how I felt when I learned it. I was like, oh, I should have guessed that that would exist. Of course that exists. Duh. Those are going to be my Jawa sleeping spots. Filling all this in slowly. You're gonna lurks? Everybody goes into lurks. That's okay. I mean, I'm just like building bedrooms, not doing anything interesting. Let me know how World Penelope goes. Oh, also, I actually won tickets. What are the odds? That never goddamn happens. But yeah, no, if I increase, then the priority number is down in the bottom right there. Frog. So it's kind of like well hidden, apparently. I mean, clearly it is, because I missed it for ages. Although, with me, if I miss something in a game's UI, I'm never sure if it means that it's hidden or if I just am not observant enough to notice it, because both of those are perfectly valid possibilities. Like, it may be like, oh, that's really hard to see. Or, equally possible, I just didn't notice. And I'm never totally sure whether or not it's like, oh, that's a bad piece of UI placement, or if it's just me being me and not seeing it. It's like that story I love to tell where it took me 6 hours to realize that Songs of Six had a tech tree. And I to this day, I'm still not sure if that's because that tech tree was really, really, really well hidden, or if it's because I just have bad vision. There is one thing I do know for certain is that UI is kind of obtuse, and I have bad vision. So it's like, I don't know who to blame here. There's a screw I need to tighten in my desk because it rattles when I hit the enter button twice. It's kind of annoying. All right. That's going to be some bedrooms. Let's check in on all of my doctors that are currently resting. Or not my doctors, my Jawas that are currently resting. You know, I think it's probably better for me to just let my droids out. They don't seem to be super effective being locked in there. How are you guys doing it against those flamethrower droids? They all seem to be like various levels of damage. Speaking of, that was another one popping off. Good lord, they're like shooting, they're catching fire constantly. It's not a good time for these pirates, even though they do seem to be immune to fire. But you're lumping along. How's things with me? I'm all right. Oh, hey, you finally burnt it to death, did? Yay. That's good. Because he also got shot. Got shot by a sharp laser that struck him while he was on fire. And that finally did him in. All right, well, there's only 4 of them left. And it looks like most of my baton Jawas are now up and moving again. So I'm going to send them out here. Or station them up here real quick. And I'm going to select some of these baton Jawas. Also, if anybody would like a Jawa, let me know after this fight is over, yeah? And I'm going to assign them War Rancors and Assassin Droids as trained assistants. All right. I'm going to pull this lever. And I'm going to send them out to kill this Wookiee. That's what I'm going to tell them to go kill. So let's follow this Wookiee and see how the little space boys do. Where are they at? I'll be here in a sec. Oh, there's fighting happening. That's not good. Hopefully it wasn't me. Here come my boys. Looks like Thicot the Jawas up front is in combat with the Wookiee. Uh-oh. And there's like 2 dead Jawas and a dead droid. Or rather, no, one of them died. And we lost 2 Jawas like immediately. But we did take out 3 of the invaders. Okay, so it was 2 dead Jawas for 2 of them dead. Baton Jawa strikes the pirate, bruising them, but then he hit him back and shredded his lung. So the Baton Jawa died. He got his lung shredded by a something. And the fight seems to be over. So we did lose some Jawas, but the fight seems to have been on our side. We do still have some Jawas that are bleeding, though. Hopefully they can come and get rescued sooner rather than later. It looks like one of them got picked up and then dropped. Come on. Go get picked up again. Come on, guys. I need you guys to head home. Don't just like stand out in the open. Okay, you've been picked up too. And some migrants have arrived, and that's excellent. I mean, yeah. I mean, it was one Wookiee and then a bunch of weird random dudes. Oh, you'll never pass up the chance for a good fixed fight. Well, welcome to you're my new squad leader. Because we're now getting invaded by people, which means it's only a matter of time until a particularly scary thing shows up. You're horrified after experiencing trauma. Here, have some more. How about you? You are, you also dream of raising a family, and you're extremely self-confident. That's good. How about you? You're driven and rarely feel the desire to pursue an even modest success. Excellent. Well, you'll get no success in the military, so go join that. And how about you? You dream of raising a family and could be considered rude. You're somewhat quarrelsome. I'm sure you'll be fine in the military. How about you? You dream of mastering a skill and think you're fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. How about you? You also dream of mastering a skill. Would anybody else like to be cannon fodder or a Jawa? Rarely looks on others with lust and has very little time for forgiveness. Likes a little tumult, and that's good. Yeah, you'll do fine. You'll do better than the last 3 that I assigned anyway. You don't tend to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. You dream of mastering a skill, and you're 4 years old. Well, I can't put you in the military because you're a kid. So, oh shit, I have a new mayor. What happened to my old mayor? You didn't die, did you? Yeah, it looks like we have a new mayor who is importing bans on splints. Well, that's smart. I shouldn't export splints. Sorry, Dawn of Minstrel, you are no longer the mayor. If anybody wants to snipe the mayor Jawa, you can have a mayor Jawa. Hey, pink fluffy llama. Or should I say pink fluffy Jawa? But on the topic of named Jawas, we have Banana, Acre, Nipple, Zero Doom, Magna, Gremlin, Making Bacon. Magna, how are you doing? You're lurking. Satisfied, lonely, dream of raising a family, never feels lustful passions, still the same look, 55 years old, but you were angry recently after getting into an argument. More recently, you've just been a little bit frustrated and lonely, but you have been satisfied at work, and you've been enraptured after communing with your god. You're doing all right, I would say. Can you become Jawa mayor? No, because you already have a Jawa who is a stonecrafter who doesn't feel anything after being away from friends, and you want to acquire something. Never feels lustful, monk dwarf? Yep. Yep. Well, they're not dwarves, they're Jawas, but monk Jawa. Monk Jawa. Monkey Jawa. You call dibs on mayor? All right, you can have mayor. And mayor is Fallen Kingdoms. She is afraid after being able to rest. She is content after being able to rest and recuperate. All right, so you were in the military. You're no longer in the military. Do you have any kills? Nope. You are 77 years old and your teeth is gone. Oh no, her upper front teeth is gone. Her gold eyes are slightly sunken and her head is black. Her left lower arm is cut open and her right lower leg is cut open. She likes calcite, rose gold, amber opal, and Endor llama wool. The color jade, gems, and splints, and keel clama for their large jaws. Keel clama for their large... What the fuck is a keel clama? Keel clama. Kana? Kilkana. Kilkana. I don't have a picture of a kilkana. Apparently it was first mentioned in the Star Wars canon in 2019. So I don't have any official artwork. Only fan artwork. Oh, here we go. That is the only piece of artwork I have related to the Kilkana. So you like those. It's kind of like a rideable eel. They're eel-like creatures that were native to the oceanic world of Dak. Needs more Daka, but apparently they were made canon after being not canon for a while. So anyway, she only forms rare fleeting emotional bonds with others. Okay, hold on. You like Kilkana for their large jaws and the words of the obscure key and the sound of the intricacies of meandering and the sight of the pantomime of incense. When possible, she prefers to consume shock and white mullet beer. Shock, which is something that we looked up yesterday, is a definitely looks like good eats. I'll put it that way. It even comments that they're not very good at running away because of the weight of their rump. And they're mostly blubber. They live on Naboo, apparently. Kinda slightly penis. Kinda slightly penis. I mean, it's better to be kinda slightly penis than absolute penis. So, yeah, you like to eat those. I mean, to be fair, I bet you can make a lot of burgers out of that ass. It's definitely what you would describe as a brick house. Anyway. She personally sees working hard as a vain and foolish waste of time, and that's why you're in politics. And she dreams of raising a family. She only forms rare, fleeting emotional bonds with others, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Is assertive and has a calm demeanor, and it tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. Has a sense of duty and sometimes can act without deliberation and often acts with compassion. It rarely feels discouraged and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. And she tends to hang on to grievances and can easily fall into love and develop positive sentiments and doesn't really care about anything. Henimu. Also, a miner of mine has been found dead. Oh. You got torched by a droid. This happens. The droid says death is all around us and I must withdraw. Well, this is why I have lots of tombs. Someone else was found dead. Good lord. I'm just gonna send my baton Jawas out to kill this thing. Go get him, boys. And cancels do thing in hospital. Interrupted by droid. That's not good. Why do I have an epic peasant? I'm also still just adding Jawas to the military left and right, so. This is a laugh. This is just a laugh fest. I mean, this shit's just goofy. Like, I could absolutely be trying to play it more optimally, but honestly, it's like, oh no, flamethrower droids are here. All right, set them on fire. Is way more fun than just and goofy than my normal super conservative play. Because normally, like, I play Dwarf Fortress very carefully and safely. But in this fort, yeah, absolutely. Let's fucking revel in the chaos. Let's go. Also, let's release the separatist assassin droids and the rancors naturally. Because I'm tired of there being droids running around, so my rancors are just gonna go fucking eat them because they do that. Although every now and again my rancors are gonna get torched and that's gonna suck. I'm sorry, why was a child found dead? What? Oh, right, yeah, so this child tried to make an artifact and they wanted shells. TLDR, I didn't have shells. So instead of getting shells, it got deaded. A section of cavern has collapsed? What? Oh, oops. Right. I guess I'm kind of channeling underneath areas I've dug out. That's fine. Nobody died, I don't think. Just a minor whoopsie. Some of the, if you're going to die, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. No, absolutely. I mean, we have 121 Jawas, and I can't make armor for them. Like they have no armor, right? Like I can make armor stand. I can't make breastplates. I can't make helms. I literally can't make anything. Literally, all I can make is cutters, blasters, and batons. That's all I can do. Is make melee weapons. They can't wear small armor. I can't craft any armor types. There is no armor types I can craft. They can't even make it. Yeah. So maybe I could salvage armor, but that option hasn't really arisen yet. Just to think before acting. Space Pirate, I'll give you a little bit of a longer life. Let's get some Fisher armors. Like, size isn't, like, an issue. Are you being seen? Oh, you want a weapon that is Jawa? Sure, I can absolutely. Sorry, I'm just doing a terrible job reading chat right now because shit keeps catching fire. But you are being seen. I just wasn't reading it. So you have no preference of what kind of Jawa you want? You just want to be a weapon Jawa? Well, I can give you combat Jawa. Stone. He is satisfied after teaching dodging. Within the last season, was interested after watching a performance and was delighted after remembering watching a performance. They get to watch performances while they're dodging because the training to fight room is in the tavern. You were horrified after seeing a Lindroid die, though, which is very sad. You are 20 years old, born on the 10th of Hematite in the year 128, and his head is extremely narrow, he is average in size, and his skin is black, and his eyes are gold. He is agile. He likes lead, onyx opal, green glass, blurg, tooth, and linen fabric. Chat, does anybody here not know what a blurg is? Because then I can show it. Just say yes or no if you know what a blurg is. Storm beasts for their ruined homeworld, and the words of the mahogany seed. And when possible, prefers to consume turnip wine and sand pears. How boring. And you hate toops. What the fuck's a toop? Hold up. Toop. So a tuple is a thing? As for just toop, I don't know. Apparently, toop is the last name of a male Gungan. But a tupil is a location. I don't know what a toop is. A blurg, is that's a blurg. When I first saw blurg, I laughed so hard I had to lean against my dresser for about a minute because I almost died. That is a blurg. That is a blurg. Is that a Pokemon? Nope, that is a blurg, or blurgs for plural, is a non-sentient two-legged reptilian beast found throughout the galaxy. Blurgs were notably used by the Ewok resistance in the Free Ryoth movement during the Clone Wars in the Imperial era. They look like somebody took like the jaws of a very, very, very upset piranha and glued it onto part of a body of a T-Rex with the feet of a rhino. That's a blurg. So you like blurg teeth. And whatever the fuck a storm beast is. What's a storm beast? Storm beast. Dude, that has a page. You like storm beasts for their ruined world. That looks like a comic book character. Apparently that is a storm beast, and they have a ruined world, and you like them for that. It's like the lizardman that Captain Kirk has to punch. Looks like it fights Spider-Man. That too. Certainly looks like it'd fight Spider-Man. Sorry, that song's just stuck in my head now. Is that a Canadian hat? You mean a toque? Not a toop. Toop. T-O-O-P is the word that was on the thing. A toque is a Canadian hat. Also, something else has collapsed, apparently. Oopsies. Everybody okay? No major injuries? All right, good. Back to work, boys. Oops, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Don't just... Again? Anybody dead? No? Nipple apparently is in pain. How about you? You're also good? Oh, you're fine. Yeah, they're good. Nobody's been atom smashed yet. It's got opposable thumbs. It's not a beast. It's intelligent for sure. Oh, what, this? Oh, yeah, this absolutely has thumbs, and it's definitely intelligent. It's called a storm beast. And it looks like that thing that Captain Kirk fights in that early episode of Star Trek. Somebody got flattened, finally. Rip Bembul. I'm sorry. Oops. At least it wasn't the Rancor. So I'm going to let these droids out because they're starting to have tantrums. Turns out droids need to socialize. And those droids don't like being locked in there. I kind of thought that would be a good strat, but turns out it's really not. Nipple died. I'm very sorry, Nipple. I didn't want you to die like that, but unfortunately it happened that way. All right, there we go. Perfect. Now we can let these droids out. Hey, Making Bacon, by the way. Your Jawa isn't dead yet, I don't think. Where were you? There you are. You're behind my camera. Your Jawa feels satisfied after finishing up some work. You're an engraver. And you're pretty busy because we're currently engraving this bedroom district. So, you're a pretty happy little Jawa. You're still in love with Gremlin, who's still alive, who still likes to eat droids for some reason, and you still dream of mastering a skill, and you're still always in love with somebody. So, you know, doing all right. Do I still want to go on a killing spree as a Sith? Yeah, kind of. Which is what we'll do last, I think. Dress wound, need cloth. Shear animal? I don't know if I have any animals that can be sheared. So this ASP-19 battle droid is depressed. At least now we can go party. Hopefully that'll help your depression. Please no tantrum in my tavern. Can you be a Jawa recruit and die horribly? Can neither confirm nor deny whether you will die well or horribly, but I can in fact make you a Jawa recruit. In fact, you can be a Jawa recruit militia captain. Paper cuts hurt me. She was delighted after watching performance and said, I saw a Jawa recite the Wicked Shingles at the Hermetic Escort, and I feel some delight. Or, by the way, that probably just sounds like, because that's basically what they fucking sound like. She is delighted after watching a performance, and within the last season was enraptured after communing with Rakast Skullbone, and was Are you not training? Hold up. No, you're not. All right, go learn to smack shit so that you actually don't just die. You're legendary at something. You're a legendary poet, which means you'll be excellent in combat. Nobody will like you. She likes native aluminum lay pewter. I need to sneeze. Ow. Jesus. She likes lay pewter, Chrysap praise sonic blasts, and SP4 analysis droids for their prediculation when symbols. Wait, what? They're pre-lictation. What is that word? Predilectation? D-I-L-E-C-T-I-O-N. What does that mean? Predilection for symbols? Fleek eels for their taste, and the words of the flute of blossoms. When possible, will you prefer to consume crab harp and rambutan wine? And you hate millicreep droids. Crab. Please, I don't need you to tell me how to spell it phonetically. We've been over this, Frog. Crab harp. What the heck's a crab harp? It's a harp made out of a crab. Crab harps are bioengineered, non-sentient creatures created by these species with long legs and tendons that are linked to the tips. Really? They're biologically engineered musical instruments. Weird. You're stupid. Hello. It's good to see you. But yeah, don't ever tell me how to spell or how to pronounce things phonetically because it doesn't help. It just makes me more confused. It used to drive people nuts when I was doing English class. And it was awful. But Star Wars is up. Living instruments? That's fucking disturbing, dude. She personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. Values tranquility and a peaceful day, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Dreams of raising a family and is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She finds humor in most situations and feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. Is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, naturally, and is sometimes cruel and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Does not focus on material goods and has a noticeable lack of perseverance and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and tends to only form emotional bonds with others and does not go out of her way to help others. Star Wars is a fucking strange place. Although apparently those the harp things are not canon, so there's that. If that makes things any better. Process some plants. I gotta have some plants I can process. Yep. And Yopi's fighting. I'm glad you love your little Jawa. Someone has to. All right, let's see what kind of possible targets we have. So I would just like to remind everybody, way over here, there's a Necromancer Tower, right? Now, it's not a normal Necromancer Tower. It's an Ewok Tower. Can I just say that exploring the Ewok might be my... Choose the Ewoks! The Students Ewok are great names for books. Did Rebirth falter? The Ewoks and more. Great tower! It's fantastic. This is just... That's just wonderful. So, those are all different names for Ewoks, naturally. Or for Ewoks books. I just need to inform everybody constantly that there is an Ewok Necromancer Tower in this world. Let's work on another squad. Dreams of mastering a skill. You're confident. Cool. I need at least like 20 combat dudes. We're not even close to that. You're a traitor. Never changes his mind after forming the initial idea, finds humor in most situations. As long as you're not, like, bad in stressful situations, it'll be fine. Just don't want them to, like, you like useful tower? I mean, it'd be bad if it was a useless tower. These are some real happy Jawas. Like, they're real happy Jawas. I saw a Jawa recite, "The sun sets on treasures. In the east, chestnut, and I feel some delight. Dreams of mastering a skill. She is vengeful and never forgets or forgives past grievances." Damn. You should absolutely be in the military. I'm curious about what equipment you go pick up, though. What did you get? Iron fishing cutter. Hell yeah. Oh, it's always about the tower. Those books are always like... They sound weirdly phallic, and then you read it, and it's just like, It concerns the tower and this book that was written in the tower a decade ago or something. So currently for combat, we have 2 Baton Jawas, 3 Marks Jawas, 15 Recruit Jawas, and 2 Jawa Cutters. And I need those recruits to all be, like, not recruits. They'll do. And Eopia is fighting. Jumps away. Just waiting for them to finish that. Crab harps were engineered by the Vong. That explains why it's so messed up. Well, I mean, the Vong are just like the bad guys from what the fuck's that game? The Vong are just creepy, evil, like, murder monster, consume the galaxy, must destroy, blah, bad guys, right? So yeah, it would make sense that they would have, like, their musical instrument would be like a bioengineered screaming harp that's just constantly in pain. I need more cloth because reasons. Are they still working on plants? Probably not. Let's go down here and harvest more stuff. BP, gather plants. I'm just going to gather all of the plants in this cavern lair. Because it's just easier to do it this way. Then I can queue up more process plants after they're done harvesting some. What is that? What the fuck is a Gundark? Gundark. A Gundark. That is really stupid looking. That's a Gundark. You know what that actually is? That's the guy that you, like, that's the advisor in Dungeon Keeper. You know? It's very much a dark gun. Especially, it's the armpit arms that really make it dark. Imagine having pits in your armpits. Jesus. You got armpit pits. Looks like a Ben 10 alien. There's so much strange shit in Star Wars. Are these things canon? My god, they're canon. Gundarks are vicious, cadaverous desert mammals from the planet Vancor, of course, renowned for their power and ferocity. These large creatures had 16 claws. I guess, yeah, 4 on each hand. 16 claws and keen hearing to tell that they looked strong enough to pull the ears off a Gundark. To tell someone they looked strong enough to pull the ears off a Gundark meant that they were healthy and strong. It's a weird thing to say. It's like, you're strong enough to pull the ears off a bear. I guess. At some point prior to Anakin and Obi-Wan's assignment guarding Senator Padme Amidala from the assassination attempt, Obi-Wan and Anakin fell into a Gundark's nest, although Anakin remained Obi-Wan that went to rescue Obi-Wan. The gang leader, Tetsu Leech, used a Gundark bone as his rifle grip. Okay, sure. That's probably all Clone Wars shit. You know, the last time I streamed this mod, he's definitely a red dark, yeah. The last time I streamed this mod, there was this one person who got extremely mad at me in the YouTube VOD comments about the fact that I haven't seen the Clone Wars and have no intention on watching children's cartoons, insisting that it's not a children's cartoon and it's a TV show for adults. And while I'm sure adults can enjoy it, it's a children's cartoon. And also, no, I'm never going to watch Clone Wars because I have absolutely no interest. But man, jumping into this wiki every now and again and just laughing at Star Wars stuff is fantastic. The butchering returns on Rancors. I only butchered one Rancor, and it was because I wanted to keep the Dwarf alive. I'm trying to breed Rancors, not butcher Rancors. So no, I haven't seen the butchering returns on a full-grown Rancor. I also can't butcher robots, which makes me kind of sad. I was kind of hoping I would get meat from robots or something silly. Robots just seem to always be mangled. You can't butcher them. Although my war rancors are murdering these droids, which is kind of fantastic. This would be a scary map to try and enter because there's just war rancors running around and just like murdering you. Or the blasters attached to their arms, or the drugs and the needles attached to their arms, or whatever. Doesn't necessarily need to be for steel. I mean, then there's also this guy over here hunting the Gundark. Or, maybe not the Gundark. It's hunting a Bonzami. There you go. Pew, 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 pew. By the way, they hunt with blasters. The weirdest part about this mod is that you have to manufacture ammunition for your blasters. What, the Rancors? Yeah, of course they're named. We have Kal, Ithadorkor, Tulan, Birut, Zon. That one's unnamed. Only because they've all been assigned to my military Jawas, right? So they get names when they get assigned to the military Jawas. Because they are significantly stronger than my Jawas. My Jawas run in and just get punted across the map by whatever they're trying to fight with. Meanwhile, the big guns just run up and just murder everything, so. Well, they just slaughtered an Eope. I'm sorry, what? A whole lot of weird-looking aliens in Star Wars, and one of your favorites didn't even have a name. There's just one person who is one? Wait, what is this person? What is this person that, like, you know that didn't have a species name? Because saying the species name isn't going to help me at all, but, I mean, their lore is constantly evolving. Oh, great, another one. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Why are they all turquoise? Oh, that's not good. Man calamari. What? Is one of the sentient species indigenous to the world of Dak. They are fish-like amphibious humanoid species with salmon-colored skin, webbed hands, and high-domed heads, and huge fish-like eyes. They bring home... Them being at home in either environment, they also are adept at identifying traps. Goldfish people, basically. The Mon Calamari. Yeah, that's what they're called. Yep, this looks like a... Hold up. It's a trap! My dude, I'm very upset that I've seen a feminine version of that dude. Apparently they're only in Legends? Then... Huh? But... Then... What? Oh, this is the canon version. Okay, never mind. I'm very upset I've seen this, though. Fire the canon tab, I guess. I mean... He does look very happy. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I fucking love these dudes' makeup. Like, God, that is still the best part of Star Wars is the amazing practical effects makeup. All right, so. Uh-oh. These are Sith, my dudes. Although he has a steel-hilt red saber staff. Psychons are humanoid sentient species whose anatomy... Wait, what? Take a look at Slinga. There's one of them. Hold on. I'll look that up real quick, and then I'll go back to this. Salenga. That's one of the characters from Emperor's New Groove in cosplay, clearly. Anyway. But noted. The Skyans are a humanoid sentient species whose anatomy features slit pupils and pointed ears. Are you an elf? Skyans. Sakyyiya. Okay. Oh, these dudes. I remember these dudes from the video game. They're like mini Megamind. Not quite Megamind, but mini Megamind. Got it. Got it. I think it was from a video game. That's the Pirate Civ. The Pirate Civ and the Sith Civ just pull whatever the fuck. Oh, well, they appeared and immediately left. So that might have actually been like a Necromancer crew, because they tend to do that. They lay siege usually. But, yeah, the pirates will do that. Anyway, we need to continue adding to the military, because it's a lot of dudes that keep showing up and then immediately leaving. I love that I have an option for armor when they can't even make armor. Like... And there's a thief. Which is an Amioid Sith. We have a thief that's a Sith. What the fuck's an Amioid? I spelled that wrong. Can't read this. A-N-O-M-I-D. A-N-O-M-I-D. This dude looks like a Sith. That's just, Alien Bane. That's funny. Stone. It's just Bane. It's Bane. I'm here to liberate your city. But also, they speak with a vocoder? Yeah, that's absolutely Bane. The Amioids are pale-skinned humanoids native to the Yblari and are among the galaxy's wealthiest societies. Oh, great. So it's, Alien Bane Elon Musk. Due to their natural technical aptitude and their most notable thing among Amioids is their appearance is the metallic and often elaborate aesthetic masks they wear on the bottom half of their faces. These are not breath masks. Many of the off-worlders might assume they are vocalizer units. He has a broad body with almost no fat, and he has a very narrow chin. Anyway, he's a Sith. Does he have a laser sword? Because I want it. He does have his steel mask, though. That's cool. I'm going to tell my Jawas to go beat the shit out of him. Not that I think they'll catch up. Oh, no, there's a Rancor on him. Maybe the Rancor will get him. Come on, Ranky. Come on, Rancor. Keep chasing him. God dang it. Keep chasing him. He's panicking. Oh, no, he left. God dang. Well, that's sad. I mean, yeah, that's kind of my experience with Star Wars canon is they're working on it, and they're always working on it. For better or for worse, they're always working on it. And usually it's for the worse. But they're working on it. So at least you know you can be excited about that. I don't know. You tell me. Actually, I think the correct answer to that is Dwarf Fortress. I mean, actually, isn't that kind of the plot of episode 4? Or like the first half of that movie? is the thing gets fired, like, they put the thingy into R2-D2 and then they fire them down to Tatooine and then they wander around in Tatooine and get caught by Jawas and then the stormtroopers show up and fucking kill everything, trying to find R2. So who fucking knows? Maybe there's like a secret code in one of my droids that has Darth Weirdius the Stupid's sex tape, and he really, really doesn't want us to have it. I don't know. Who knows? Could be anything. It could be the keys to his Lego bin. And he also really doesn't want us to have it. We'll probably never know. But there's many things. Maybe they really, really, really want to steal my fancy ring that one child made. Also a possibility. I'm very good at making up fake Star Wars canon, as you can tell. The thing about Star Wars is that sex tape can be a valid surname. Darth Sexiest the Tape? Is that what we're going with here? Chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets and change the subject so that I don't have to talk about this anymore. How the episodes 4 to 6 were numbered when they were the first released and where they didn't have numbers. So when they were first released, they were just like when Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope came out, it was literally just called Star Wars, was it not? I don't know. I wasn't born then, so. But if I understand, and because like they like to hide Star Wars history like that. If I recall correctly, they were initially referred to as Star Wars. It was just Star Wars, and it had the scroll with the backstory, and the VHS release, or the later theatrical releases when the second one came out, they then were like, this is the 4, 5, and 6, and that like after it was a huge hit, they were like, actually, this is part 4 of this bigger story, and everybody was like, oh my god! And then they did 5, and they called it part 5, if I'm not mistaken. Like I think when 5 and 6 came out, they were called 5 and 6, and that was the whole plan. Was it was kind of like you know how we all know that they're gonna make another Avengers when they put out the Avengers movie, right? It was that kind of thing where they're just like, we're gonna do 2 more of these, and then we're gonna do the first 3, but it took them like 20 years to do the first 3, all that crap. I don't know. I wasn't alive, but as far as I know, the original Star Wars was released as just Star Wars. I've seen pictures of posters of that. I don't know. I'm not a big Star Wars buff, so I'm probably not the person to ask. You could probably answer that question for yourself with a couple Wikipedia pages. Mandalorian Caravan is here to trade, and they're being pulled by insectomorphs. Hopefully they don't just leave. I'm gonna sell all this crappy bodywear. I got shit tons of ion blasters that I really don't feel like making ammunition for, so I'm just gonna sell them the ion blasters. Hey, look, it's a necromancer who's my outpost liaison, who says you teeny. He's calling us teeny. It's very insulting. What a rude guy. And Zasit, the necromancer Jawa, says, I am your liaison from the I don't know why I'm giving him his voice. But he's the liaison from the mountain gnomes. From the mountain gnomes, naturally. Can I import a lightsaber? Nope. That's disappointing. I don't know. Bring me more Rancors. Can I... Could import... I think they got Banthas. You know, yeah, more Rancors. More Rancors. As well as all of the different droids. You know what? I'm just going to ask for everything. Just import all of the weird animals, and I will just take my pick. There we go. That'll do. was saying that he initially was planning to make prequels to the films. Yeah, I mean, like, because if I remember my dad explaining this to me when I was little, after I first watched Star Wars and loved them. And I remember my dad more or less stating, I was like, George Lucas had like the outline for the whole story, so he had like the 1 through 6 kind of outlined. And when he was pitching the script, they were like, well, what's the most... They were like, that's too long for one movie. And he goes, yeah, I know, or something along those lines. And then they were just like, let's take the most exciting bit. What's the most exciting bit? And he said episode 4. Or like this middle section, which turned into episode 4. And then apparently the first half all got rewritten for the prequels anyway. But farewell, Fallen Kingdoms. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will fall together because we are Jawas and tiny, and we're going to get punted by Wookiees. And Urist has been taken by a mood. What game am I playing? But yeah, he claims a Mason's workshop. Oh, let's hope we don't get sieged. But yeah, that is one thing that I do know is that he had like the whole story pre-written. So I apparently need to use the restroom. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I will be right back. Oh, hey, looks like another sandcrawler showed up. The Hillocks of Shingle Rings has been found in a day's travel to the north and looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity. I wouldn't, but I'm glad that they are. So that's an unwise decision by them, but I mean, it seems like that is a thing that they are doing, so I won't say no. Let's follow that strange mood. We are currently doing Urist's point of view, yes. Let's go, Urist. Let's go. I need 49 subscribers on YouTube to get 10,000. 49. Want some of that high quality sand? Naturally. I mean, I would. Where was that comment that I was very amused by? Also, Stone, did you know that you commented Utini on every single one of these episodes? For last year's Star Wars Dwarf Fort Sesh. He's begun the mysterious construction. Utini, indeed. Also, hey Diamond, what's up? There's 2 N's in Utini. That would be more like a Utini. Sounds like a mutiny. Bring the trader over. There's a Mark's Jawa visiting. Well, that's good. And a recruit is fighting... Oh, no. A recruit is getting stabbed by a 2B doctor. Well, I'm glad that those doctors are still just running around stabbing people. Like, at least, you know... It's one thing that's consistent, is the doctors just, like, stabbing unwilling victims. I mean, patients. It's quite nice. You dream of mastering a skill, join the military. Well, Utini is a normal Jawa pine, and Utini is for large Jawa pine. Okay. I don't know what you mean, but I'll smile and nod. Anyway, how are you doing today? Diamond. Let's just say 100 rock doors. $100 rock coffins. 100 rock cabinets. And 20 more beds. Yeah, you'll be fine in the military. You won't enjoy it, but you'll do fine. Tall Jawa? Oh, no. That is a really tall Jawa, jeez. It's like an adult in the Jawa's costume. Oh, no. Okay, hold up. Well, so before I actually read this, if you don't know what a spider walker is... Oh, God, do they not have pictures? Come on. These fucking guys. Okay, so it's one of these. Right? Okay, maybe not that. It's one of these. One of these things. Spider Walker. All right, so Spider Walker Eti Mota Iwi has come. The OG9 homing spider droid, sometimes referred to as Spider Walker or Separatist Spider Droid, is a droid walker manufactured by the anti-vehicular combat of the Commerce Guild before and during the Clone Wars. It's a capital M up there in the corner, and I'm gonna tell all my Jawas to go smack it with sticks, because that's all that we really got. So go smack it with sticks, and we'll hope that we don't die immediately. There's a miner who's carrying a fish who's currently running and getting deaded. He got deaded because the Spider Walker shot him and kicked him. The front Spider Walker stomps on the miner in the upper body and the right foot, bruising the muscle and bruising the right lung through the thing, and it got propelled and died on impact. Rip Kugik. This doesn't look good. But we'll see how it goes. Hey, someone wants to join the fort. Copnut Trimsluck wants to join for the purpose of entertainment. Who's Copnut Crimsluck? Copnut Crimsluck is... sounds like an insult. A Powan poet. Powans. Powans? P-O-U... Ends. What? Powans are... Oh, these guys. These guys. Yeah, these are normal Star Wars things. So this guy, Poet, wants to join the fort for the purpose of entertaining. You would totally watch a Jawa series. Well, it wouldn't be on Netflix, but... But yes, I would agree. Like, you know what? Actually, you know what would be a great video game? Jawa Lemmings. Can somebody make that? Just like reskin the Lemmings and Lemmings to be Jawas, and say Utini occasionally when they explode. Anyway, so this guy's a poet. Chat, should we let him in? Yes or no? We let him stay? Beers for yes, no for no. Utini for indifference. I don't know. They're gaunt, long-limbered humanoids from Utapu. Utapu, haha. And they dwelled in their planet's sinkholes. Ew. Tamed local Veridactyl? That's not from a Star Wars. That's definitely from Monster Hunter. All right, so they played Monster Hunter. Got it. For riding, due to their long lifespan, they were known as the Ancients. Yeah, they're from Utah. Utapu. Utapu, and they live in the pits. They sound like they probably have bad personal hygiene. I need 49 subscribers on YouTube. Get 10,000. Sure. Copnut. You can join. Welcome to the fort, Copnut. And, short test. No. Oh, you want to join as a proper citizen? Sure. Yeah, that's one of my monster hunters. Oh, brilliant. We're recovering wounded because of the running around spider droid. Anyway, we may all be about to die because of this fucking spider walker, but Urist the Miner has created... This is bad timing. Urist the Miner has created Anglzer, a saltpeter armor stand, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Inul Garlic Lashed, yes. And it's worth 16,800 Jawa bucks, and it is a saltpeter armor stand. All crafts Jawa ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with tapered baguette-cut bloodstones and decorated with Eope leather and Endor sheep wool. This object menaces with spikes of saltpeter and limonite. Anyway, back to the spider droid. My Jawas should be coming to get it pretty soon, because they... Oh, here they are. So you see that tiny little blue outline? That means that Jawa is getting propelled through the air. And that is Bembul, who is now dead. Seems like they managed to get it on the ground, though, and they're all just kind of punching it. So the initial few shots were bad, and a few Jawas took the full front of getting shot in the face. And 3 got propelled away and seemed to have all died immediately. But on the bright side, the red text is turning into blue text, and there isn't a lot of purple text, so this is very good. The recruit scratches a spider walker in the right front foot with his, but the attack glances away. They're literally punching it. The recruit burns the spider walker in the head with the flame of his fishing cutter. They've basically got like, they've got like zap batons and like fire drills, basically, and they're just going and trying to kill it with that. The fishing cutter burns the spider walker in the lower body with the flame of her iron fishing cutter, chipping away at the mechanisms. Well, they are chipping away at it. Let's see how this goes. Let's move a few turns at a time and see if we can see anybody else get propelled. And it's dead. They got it. Damn. Considering, like, most of these guys were recruits, I think that these Jawas deserve a round of applause. Well done, little lads. Well done. 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 We done did it. Another 2 more did die though at the end. One bled out, and I think we might be about to lose a third. Maybe. Anybody coming to get you? Didn't exactly take the most direct route. Oh, okay, no, you're not recovering that wounded. You're recovering a different wounded. All right, there you go. You got him. The best part about this is I still have tombs available. Well, Let's see if we can trade. Sell a bunch of blasters and other things. I'm gonna just buy a bunch of cloth bins because I keep having problems with cloth. Don't know what Gintho is or why they make silk, but apparently Gintho silk cloth is a thing. It's a lot of cloth. Buy a bunch of silk and yarn. Bunch of cheese. And some books. I'm very sure that these Jawas are avid readers. All right, so my trader Jawa's done trading. I'm gonna go, oh, apparently I didn't assign the dining room to my mayor. There you go, now it is. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask the guy that made this mod. But they didn't stick around too long yesterday, so. I don't know. Oh no, another miner's been missing for a week? Well. You lucked out on the migrant you're at. You got a spinner who's done nothing but meditate on fish. Meditate on fish and praying. Sounds like a good spinner, I think. Oh, they're a trapper? Well, I mean, regardless. Hey, at least you're not one of those people who's just like, I didn't get anything useful. By useful, they mean legendary weaponsmiths, and that's about it. Maybe legendary masons. It's like, there are some people that just get upset when they don't get, like, just masons and weaponsmiths. Kind of a shame. There's other useful tasks that dwarves can do. Unless you're playing this nightmarish, psychotic, crazy Java Fortress mod thing. I'm differentiating that. There we go. It's like the one color / tile of wall that's hard for me to differentiate in this tile set. Dwarves learn skills fairly quickly. Yeah, that's why I don't understand why people get annoyed by it. It's like, oh, all I'm getting is fisher dwarves. Okay, so just unassign fishing on all of them and give them real jobs. Problem solved. Problem solved. Oh, hey, I got a porn bot comment. Time to delete that. Also, IR Stupid just commented on a video that I uploaded to YouTube in 2016 of my 2 cats back when I had cats. No? Wouldn't it be weird if one of those videos just, like, got really popular all of a sudden? Why do you... What? I'm sorry. Okay. My hunting rancor is doing a job. Why was a miner randomly found dead? I don't even know what killed you, but something killed this hunting miner. Or this miner. Something killed it. I have no idea what. There is no Jawa, only Zool. Naturally. Oh, true. It could have been the spider. Just claiming a bunch of stuff. They seem like hamsters because they will randomly die suddenly and horribly. Hamsters randomly die suddenly and horribly? Don't say that around any of the multiple viewers who watch this stream who own pet hamsters. Also, it looks like a bunch of poets arrived. They're all, Jawas. We have like a traveling band of Jawa poets, it looks like. And I'm telling them all to dump items for a bit. The hillocks of Glaze Fairies has been found in a day's travel to the north and is looking to your thriving economy for its future prosperity, not to the billows of miasma coming out of the kitchen for its cooking tasks. Oh, also I'm out of booze. Well, that's bad. Brew drink from plant 100. I don't know if Jawas are necessarily cute. I've seen enough fan arts / images of Jawas with no hoods on to go, I don't know if I can confidently say that they're even remotely cute. So there is that. You don't necessarily need to think that they are the cutest thing ever, but I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. They certainly talk cute. Like, they have cute voices, but I don't know if I'd go so far as to say that they are cute. Also, hey, Whitcode, what's up? You seem to be getting a lot of were zebras. You would take a fisher dwarf that wasn't... Wait, as migrants? Well, that's not supposed to happen. You're not actually supposed to get migrants that are were zebras. Visitors, yes. Migrants, no. So we're down to only 6 recruits, which is actually good. Seek short-term rewards, is quick to anger and quarrelsome. Quarrelsome? Well, you're quarrelsome, so. Join the thingy that lets you quarrel more. Hope I'm not playing this, too quickly. Let me know if I need to slow down. Apparently some migrants have arrived despite the danger. There definitely has been a lot of danger. Dour is a rule. Just like me. More lemmings. Ooh, you're brave. That's helpful. You're a clerk. You dream of mastering a skill, which means you're probably actually a combat dude. Well, you killed a stormtrooper in battle chunks. Battle chucks? Battle chucks. It's a place called Battle Chucks, chat. It's a very good video game. And he killed a stormtrooper there. I mean, I would naturally assume that you would kill stormtroopers at Battle Chucks. There's 2 Jawa Childs and G, whatever that is. Gutker. G. Very greedy. Given to flights of fancy. Join the military. You won't be greedy for long because you'll be dead. I mean, what? If anybody else would like a Jawa, let me know and I can give you a Jawa. Again, Eku is full. We're going to eat that. Kaibuk full. We're going to eat that too. Your dream of mastering a skill is very rare. It can be very happy and optimistic and moved by curiosity, tends to avoid physical confrontations, and would help others and try to return favors, and tends to not reveal personal information. You seem like way too nice of a Jawa to put you in the military immediately. A gonk droid clerk. Excellent. A droid clerk. Clerk. GNK power droids. Effectively power generators with legs. We have a gonk, which I'm pretty sure are like the walking garbage bins, right? Yeah, they're the walking garbage cans. So I have one of these now. Gonk. That's all they say is gonk occasionally. Bastet would like Bass Jawa. Do you have preference of Gerb? I do know these are canon. Honestly, these are my favorite Star Wars droids. The ones that are just definitely a person wearing a cardboard box. Like, they didn't even straighten the pant legs out. Like, it's like, yeah, those are shoes. Like, you can see all of the seams. It's the best shit. Not really, aside from the huge. All right, well, in that case, I will give you a child. And she's feeling optimistic about the future. She's 8 years old, born on the 18th of Obsidian in the year 140. She has a low voice, and her head is somewhat narrow. Her eyes are gold, and her slightly rounded skin... What? She has a low voice. Her head is somewhat narrow. Her eyes are slightly rounded, and her skin is black. Her slightly rounded skin is black. Anyway, she likes mica fine pewter, carnelian, and Dorian goat leather, fish and cutter, and Von Dun crab greaves. Von Dun crab greaves. What the fuck is a Von Dun crab? Von Dun. It doesn't exist in Wikipedia. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. Found it. A Von Dun crab is that. Gonks. Gonks speak Gonkian? I mean, of course they speak Gonkian. What else would they speak? English? Don't be silly. So you like gloves made out of those things. Bastet. I believe you, Stone. I am very much inclined to believe you, and I'm happy that you have shared this wealth of knowledge with me. She personally respects the law and sees war as a useful means to an end, and would be deeply satisfied if everyone could live in complete harmony without. And she has an incredibly calm demeanor. After seeing an architect droid die in 147, cracks easily under pressure and is prone to strong feelings of jealousy. Is grounded in reality and extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills. She very rarely is moved by curiosity, and she has an active sense of humor. Often feels lustful and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She often acts with compassion and likes a little excitement now and again. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Tends to avoid crowds and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. The word gonk can be an entire language. I mean, just different ways of pronouncing gonk. It's like a sound effect that I very much recognize from Star Wars. Is just the thing walking in the background going gonk constantly. Of course they're called gonks, and of course they speak gonk. I mean, it's the only logical understanding. Anyway, the doctor is still running around saying, probable bleeding detected, stab. Like, just constantly. Just constantly. Probable bleeding detected on everything. I think that we need to rewire those, like, Dr. Droid's probability odds, because they are, while hilarious, they end with a lot of people getting stabbed. At least it's not, like, scarring or upsetting the Jawas at all, from what I can tell. Yeah, literally a giant crab. It's literally just gloves made out of giant enemy crab. Or giant ally crab? I don't know. Maybe giant crab is ally. It's hard to say. This miner that I'm adding a new squad for, oopsies, I totally just booted you out of the right squad. All right, fine. I'll put you into that one. Like that dude that I just started making a new squad for, apparently has a refined sense of politeness. I would love to see a Jawa with a refined sense of politeness, and I want to know what that means for a Jawa. You know why I completely believe that one word can be an entire language? It's because Pokemon exist. When it says flux is present on the map, do you need to go as deep as magma to get it? Nope, you just need to dig through that layer. Do you know what flux is? Or how to figure out what flux is? Because I don't know if there's a way to do it in game, but there's a wiki page that just says what the different flux stones are. Usually they're pretty close to the surface. So it's calcite, chalk, dolomite, limestone, or marble. So just dig until you find one of them. I mean, usually marble's pretty close. Usually those are all pretty close to the surface. Chalk is usually, and calcite are usually a little deeper. But like, yeah, no, they're usually pretty close to the surface. But you may have to dig pretty far. I don't know. It depends. I'm not a geologist, so that's not my expertise, really. But sometimes you have to dig pretty deep, yes. But yeah, that's it. So sometimes you'll have to dig deeper than other times. Otto. What are you, Otto? I'm just curious. What the fuck's a jablo? A jablo? Jablo? Jablo. Jablogian. This guy would make a good Santa. You'll see what I mean in a sec. That thing. That's a Jablogian. Naturally. Yeah, it depends on if you're on a multi-map biome. If you are on a multi-biome spot, you have to make sure you're digging in the right biome. That's the only thing that you have to like double check.
So Whitcoat does have a point.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why. So I shouldn't look at Twitter while I'm streaming, but this is way too funny to me. I shouldn't be laughing at that, but that's very funny. It was retweeted by a person I follow. That's very funny. Anyway, Chonky, yes. So that is what that is. He is a monster hunter, and you know what? He's a marksman. Dude looks pretty tough, so absolutely you can join. Ghostbusters would be proud. The giant MILF ghosties. There's the link to the tweet. Who say ghosty? I just showed this tweet on stream. Just have a look. How's things, cutest? We've missed you all week. You alive? You doing okay? Hanging in there? This Star Wars mod is a fucking riot. It's goofy as shit. And Sodil wants to eradicate monsters. Mark's Jawa. Well, good luck. But yeah, that's a giant MILF ghosty. This is very amusing. Oh no, this tweet. It's a good tweet, isn't it? But that's the good kind of oh no, not the bad kind of oh no. Can I war train insectomorphs? I still believe that young Rancor should be the name of a Oh, I can war train assassin probes? Oh, that's excellent. I can't war train my young Rancors, only fully grown Rancors. Anyway, what have you been up to, cutest? I'm just laughing my ass off at random Star Wars shenanigans. The hillocks of Archines, and that's the third hillocks, has been founded a day's travel to the north and looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity. And the doctor is still just like randomly stabbing people with needles. Yep, fucking. I guess he's just never gonna stop. Like that's just the life of living as a Jawa here. Is there's just multiple malfunctioning doctor droids that are just like probable bleeding detected, whether or not you're bleeding, and they stab you with painkillers. Maybe that's why everybody's in such good moods. Might have something to do with it. It's all of the painkillers that are constantly being injected into our poor little Jawas. Something is like rattling. Is it? Don't know what it is, but it's bothering me. Ah, it's my monitor. There we go. Now it's stopped. slightly adjusted the location of my monitor and it stopped. I just put a second cabinet in there because I wasn't paying attention. Coffers. It's getting hopped up on medical juice and then dying in a cave-in. Pretty much. At least Jawa life in this place. Or getting shot or eaten by a random droid that just happened to be walking through. Or get punted by a spider walker. Or I don't think anybody's died to a Sith here yet. We did have that crew of Sith show up briefly that then left. How's I been? I've been all right. Streams this week have been a good mixed bag. Kind of quiet in some ways, but in other ways it's been really good. So I kind of have no complaints. This mod is a lot of fun. It's really goofy. It's still Dwarf Fortress, but it's like Dwarf Fortress with a lot of weird handicaps and then constantly laughing hysterically at really stupid Star Wars shit. Because Star Wars is excessively dumb. So I've been enjoying it. It is fun. And the developer of this, or the guy who made this mod, swung by and said hi, and that was cool yesterday. So, been fun. It's also, nice to just kind of do a one-off world that I'm only going to play for 2 days and not have to pay too much attention to the sweeping lore of it, which is what this is. So. But I can understand why your brain would shut off a little bit during holidays. The War Rancor has given birth to a young Rancor. Yay! Also, I'm breeding Rancors. Have I done the top side? Yep, okay. But yeah, that's been me. It's been a weird mixed bag. Positive mixed bag, but still a weird mixed bag. I've also been giving key to like 1 billion games recently. Which is nice. And the YouTube channel is only hold up. Let me check. 48 subscribers away. I had to refresh. 48 subscribers away from 10,000. So I'll probably hit it by the weekend. Unless YouTube decides to promote a video today, in which case then I might hit it today. Today or tomorrow, maybe? Fingers crossed. If YouTube decides to just like boost one of my videos briefly, which it may or may not. Well, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. List in game. There is a stone list in game in the stocks menu. Yes, there is indeed a stone list in game. It's right here, but it doesn't say whether or not stone is flux. So it's only good for finding out like different types of ore. Well, I mean, it does say make steel bars, which is basically stating that it's flux, but it's not the quickest list. I find it easier to just grab the page on the wiki. You're making a list and you're checking it twice, Stone. Anyway, the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Again. Also, because there's so many factions, you just get raided fucking all the time. Okay, so those are war reeks and these are Geonosians. I guess they reek of war. Good thing all of my Jawas have been trained up and we only have 7 recruits now. So I guess that's an improvement. Is there a way to get your dwarves to prioritize putting this child's skeleton in its coffin? Do you have 1,000,000,001 jobs running? Because that's a pretty high priority job. Assuming there is a task set, it'll just get done. Theoretically, you could go into the job screen and just suspend every job that isn't put that child's body in coffin, but it's not the highest priority job by default, and there's no way to adjust the priorities on it. So these are the Geonosians. Chat, do you guys know who the Geonosians are, or do I need to look them up on the wiki? And they're riding hawks, mastiffs, and reek. Hold up. I need to know what a hawk... Okay, so a reek... I know what this is. I used to have a action figure of one of these. In fact, I think this is a render of the action figure that I had. So these guys... You don't know shit about... I mean... Geonosians are these dudes. You can tell they're from the prequels because they're not just a dude in a costume. And... Warwick's... Mastiff. I know what an English Mastiff is. Sure. Is also, this one's named Thek. It's a reptilian creature found on Geonosis. Kinda looks reptilianish. Nope, this is definitely not what I'm looking for. Mastiff. They're just like... Well, I mean, there's multiple things called Mastiff, and I can't find the one that I'm looking for. So, it's apparently a reptilian thing. How many of them is there? Oh my god. Well, this might be how all my Jawas die, my friends. You found it, Nipple? Oh, yay. Oh, excellent. Yeah, that's much more likely. Also, why does every single, like, costume puppet monster in Star Wars just look like it's cross-eyed? Thank you, Nipple. They always look cross-eyed. Like, look at this thing. It looks kind of derpy. Like, it's definitely can't see in a straight line. Like, its eyes are not directed correctly. It's like, ah! Like, you know that they're all just kind of making a bang sound constantly. Although, Cutest, since you've missed this entire thing, I would like to show you my favorite Star Wars discovery. Cutest, meet Blurg. Blurg, meet Cutest. I pissed myself laughing the first time I saw this thing. So, that probably the... Anyway, they pulled the Jawa's wagons. It's Blurg. It's literally B-L-U-R-R-G. Blurg. Fucking... Goddamn. Anyway, Chat, what do we do? Do I just tell my soldiers to fucking charge at this army of like 90-something dudes? Or do we hide inside and wait them out? Yeah, it's literally like a Doom imp, like, but not pink. Blurg, not Blug. Blug, very different. Blug is a drowning Blurg. Oh, no. Oh, never mind. That's my record. It's fine. Gonna wait for them to slowly get closer. Looks like it's about to be my Rancors versus their Reeks. They're all hanging out here. This is gonna go well. All right, chat. We're gonna send them in. I'm sending in all of my Jawas. The Rancors are fighting with the Reeks. Hunting Rancor grabs... Okay, well, the Rancor seems to be winning. This is my Hunting Rancor. And those are 2 War Reeks. My Hunting Rancor seems to be winning, at least so far. The Rancor kills not 1, but 2 Reeks. The War Mastiffs are now attacking. The Derp Stiffs. The Derpy boys. And then another Rancor comes in and joins. My Jawas have not made it to the surface yet. This Mastiff is just bleeding everywhere. That is a line of blood. So far, that's like 5 kills for my Rancors. That's good. And it looks like their Reeks over here are panicking, which is good for us. This Rancor appears to have some damage done to her thumb. Her poor thumb! Hang in there, Zon. You got this, baby. Let's see. Where is this? Here come my squads of Jawa cutters. Who are trekking over as quickly... Uh-oh, combat begins. There's a worker Geonosian, and we're going to follow this militia commander. Actually, we're just going to watch this chaos up here. No, one of my hunting Rancors has been found dead. My 2 hunting Rancors are now dead. Rest in peace, hunting Rancors. It took, like, all of the Geonosians to kill them. Oh my god, that's a lot of bullets. All right, so the Jawas are now getting into the fight. And chaos ensues, and that is a lot of dead Jawas. I'm gonna tell them to run. We have 5 left. We've been absolutely demolished, but we were able to kill about 20. Welp indeed is maybe the accurate thing to say. Shit. I'm going to, pen the remaining war separatist droids and young Rancors over here. In fact, I'm going to pen as many things right there as I can as a last line of defense. This is horrible. Seems like my hunting patrol droid was doing some work until this Reek showed up and is fighting with it. Although maybe the... Oh, her upper body is gone. Or cut open. That's not good. So it seems like the angry R tornado, more or less won. So now the important question is, do we accept defeat? And then go exploring in adventure mode for a bit? Or do I actually try and fight this proper? Because I could do either at this point. That's a lot of blood. Whose blood is that? What kind of blood was that? That's Vubok's blood. I don't know who Vubok was, but that was a lot of blood. Very young Rancor has been found dead. Well, that's not good. Here come the Geonosians. They're the G's. They are fighting inside of the Jawa fortress. Looks like one of my few remaining Rancors is holding the fort, though. My Gonk droid did some work, too. Got punched pretty bad. We were able to kill one of the Geonosians. Hey, Jelly. Thanks for continuing that gift sub. This is chaos. I can't tell what's happening. I'll be honest. Lots of people in hospital. Blaster bullets flying everywhere. But we've been able to take out even more of them, so I guess that's good news. They're fighting with a P down there. I don't know what that P is. All right, here come the Geonosians with blasters just shooting Jawas left and right. We're down to 92 Jawas. They killed my gonk, so the gonk is not going to gonk anymore, unfortunately. But gonking at him, that's rude. Another Geonosian enters the mess, shooting at my hospital, causing chaos on the way in. Okay, well, I mean, they were able to take him out, so that's pretty good, I suppose. There's a war rancor in my mayor's room. That's good. Anyway, the enemy's war reeks are now entering the fort. Chaos is ensuing even more so. This is a massacre? Naturally. I'm not even sure who's fighting what at this point, but there's stuff everywhere and shit's dying, so, I'm kind of hoping that the... Orbach, are you okay back there? Clearly not. How many of them are left? There's only 36 of them left. So they're actually retreating. We've won. Is Macon Bacon still alive? That's the important question. Not only are you in danger, but I think that you're dead. How? They decided to run. It looks like. Chief Medical Jawa Banana's still alive, who is also injured. That's not good. Do I still have those broken medical droids that just stab people with needles constantly for no discernible reason? Oh, hey, I still have one of my gonks. That's good. Yeah, he is, and he's cleaning patient. Perfect. There was a capital A running into my fort. I hope that's a friendly capital A. So, all in all, I think that could have gone a lot worse. Did your Jawa die as well? Your paper cuts hurt me, right? My guess would be yes. Yes. I mean, basically my entire military died. We had, what, 38 military? We now have 4. And the only living military members are, Maful and Beirut and, Edom and Doshat. So, yes. That was a brutal fight, I would say. Oh no, there's still another one. God dang it. Still a fucking Geonosian pikeman here. Let's go stab him. If you can. Get him! Get him! Hey, got him. Oh my god. Titan, the riddle beak of strangeness. That's the one hell of a title. Oh no, one of my medical droids is dead. One of them is still alive though, so it's fine. Alright, so... I don't think he stabbed him. I think he cut him. Yeah, the cutter burns the worker Geonosian pikeman in the head with the flame of her iron fission cutter, tearing the muscle and tearing the brain. Literally burned him. Like, just... They're literally like a flame drill. I mean, hold on. Let me just look up a fission cutter. Oh. They don't have a picture for them. That's unfortunate. But yeah, it's basically just like a fire drill. It's a tool for, like, cutting bits off of droids. So, the actual impressive thing is that we're not dead. Interrupted by an Orbuck. That's not good. Also, this is a named Bazimi, which has obtained a name after killing a bunch of whatever a Tukata is. Just a force-sensitive Tukata or Sith hounds were used for thousands of years to guard the tombs of Dark Lords. Okay. Not dead? Yeah, seems like it. The Jawas will live to fight another time. I feel like I should make these poor Jawas like a defensive structure or something. Maybe I'm just a bad person for not giving them proper... I thought I saw a were creature, but no, it wasn't. Although I will say, if and when another fight breaks out, we're just hiding inside. Because from, what, like 140 down to 78 is a pretty bad rate of death. Oh, hi, animal. How are you? A lot of Jawas just died. My entire army just died. We fought with a bunch of Geonosians and we lost. I don't know what a WA-7 waitress droid is, but I want to know what this looks like. Oh, it's one of these. The army went smear, more like. But how was the Lurksies, animal? Am I leading a colony of Jawa? Did you only just figure that out? Yes, we are leading a colony of Jawas. They are the playable race in this mod. That's why all my dwarves are Jays. Breakfast in the bedrooms? What? I don't know what that means. Made some second dinner pizza? Ugh. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just dump all the body parts and corpses. Dump them all. I also haven't had any ghosts spawn yet, so maybe there's ghosts, maybe there isn't. But if there isn't ghosts, we should just dump everything. $175 corpses. Well, that's good. At least now there's plenty of work for everybody. Go dump the corpses. Fortunately, I still have a bunch of young Rancors left, so. I'm not even out of drink. Why would you cancel drink? Let's go get other drink. There's plenty of drink. The casualty rate of Jawas is pretty bad. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Casualty rate for these poor Jawas is pretty terrible. So what's your plans for the rest of the day now that you have a dinner pizza? 48 subscribers required to hit 10,000. God, I really hope that YouTube just promotes one of my videos so I don't have to wait so long. God damn it. It would be a nice thing to celebrate on stream today. If, like, video exploded and then... Or, I don't know, somebody tweets it out or something. It would be really nice to hit 10K subs on YouTube today. Chat enjoys Carnage. I think chat enjoys Carnage when it's not like streamer pissed off about the Carnage, but this is very much silly Carnage. So yes, I've been enjoying this. You've been watching the Strawman enjoying chaos. Well, that's good. Glad you've been enjoying the absolute chaos. Apparently there's a Benzemi thing that's like blocking the way up to the upper layers. The only problem that I have with streaming this mod is it is genuinely kind of exhausting streaming this mod. Oh shit, a depressed Jawa. Like all of your friends had to die for you to become depressed. That's impressive. You snuck in 2S extra subs on extra accounts. Yeah. Thanks, Animal. We're at 9,954 subscribers, I think. Yeah, 9,954. So I only need 46 subscribers on YouTube to hit 10K. I only need 46 subscribers to hit 10K. The hillocks of Bright Stockades have been founded a day's travel to the northwest and looks to your thriving economy for its future prosperity. Did Gremlins survive the carnage? That is a good question. Does not look like it. So the named Jawas that have survived are Banana, Magna, Space Pirate, Pink Fluffy Llama, Animal, Dawn of Minstrel, Falling Kingdoms, Enemy Post, Peculiar Lobster, and Bastet. That's it. Sub, please. Okay, thanks, bye. No, I'd rather not. Apparently I have a Larman Marksman over here. Right, yeah, I think you joined a while ago, didn't you? Oh, also probably part of the reason why the Geonosians lost when they made it down into the fort is because I do actually have quite a few pretty heavily armed droids and visitors that are just hanging out in my tavern that are quite tough. Like, I got several military droids that just hang out down here and I can't command, so when they actually come in here, they kind of get probably more resistance than they would on the surface. Which leads me to believe that I should just build a tavern right here. And you know what? Damn it, I think I might just do that. I mean, I got limestone blocks, so let's make a nice little limestone block tavern up here on the surface, and then lock visitors out of the lower one and only allow the visitors in the upper one. And then they have to deal with our great hive of scum and villainy whenever they want to invade us. Which, you know, will be very difficult, right? Gremlin did indeed enjoy the taste for robots. But the casualty count of this world has been so high, it's been hard for me to keep track of who died how and when, so. Mostly because I am very much playing with the survival of these Jawas as a second afterthought, quite literally. So there is that. Build 4 downstairs right here out of limestone blocks. And build a bunch of not up ramps. upstairs. So that's going to be my above ground tavern right here. We're going to prep a proper hive of scum and villainy. Apparently I still have a couple rancors left. So when we get attacked next, they'll have to, you know, deal with this first. Because how many guests do I have currently? Not a bad number. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't really care if you ask completely unrelated to the stream questions. I just don't like it when you ask like awkwardly personal questions. That's like kind of my only limit, really. Like you can just ask me whatever, whenever. I don't give a shit. Unless I'm obviously in a terrible mood or something. But like you can figure that out. It's not too difficult to like spot if someone is upset for whatever reason or another. We'll put some limestone blocks up here. Yeah, you're okay to ask whatever, whenever, within reason. And just use your brain. That's basically it. You don't understand what's happening on screen? I mean, if you don't understand a thing about what's happening on screen, there's only so much I can do. My advice is to just play Dwarf Fortress a little bit, and then figuring out what's happening on screen is a lot easier. I'm building an outdoor above ground construction, which is going to become a public tavern because half of the people in my tavern have guns, and my Jawas have spiky sticks. So I'm setting up a new tavern that's going to be used basically as a cannon fodder box for whenever I get sieged, so that they have to deal with my guests before they can deal with me. And my guests are probably scarier than my Jawas because Jawas are just kind of adorable. Also, if you don't understand what's happening on screen, why are you still watching? I must be very compelling to listen to if you have no idea what's happening on screen. Although, also, with this mod, I have a hard time following what's going on screen a lot of the time due to the fact that it's just a bunch of fucking J's. Is actually considered cake in Ireland. Fallen Kingdoms has been possessed. We have a strange mood from Fallen Kingdoms. I didn't know that it was considered cake, but I do know that it was that Subway was not allowed to sell their flatbread in Canada for a bit because it had too many of the same ingredients used in yoga mats. It was like various glycerins and like fake plastic things. Well, I mean, the one truth about Subway is that it sure as hell ain't fresh. It's the one thing I do know about Subway. Now I'm putting a roof on the tavern. Oh man, I need more limestone blocks to keep it all the same color. Subway, eat bread, think bread. It's bread, we swear. Don't accuse us of not giving you bread. It's definitely bread. It looks and smells like all other bread you've seen, right? Subway. We're not even good at lying that it's not bread anymore. It's not true. I mean, if you've played a game like this one, you can understand it. It just takes some paying attention and realizing that the J's are all Jawas and the various other icons are probably droids. And you can probably just, like, fiddle through this game by yourself and figure stuff out. I know a few people who've done that. If you want to learn Dwarf Fortress, normal Dwarf Fortress, not, like, this fucky mod, like, yeah, I would recommend using the wiki, but for the same reason that I would recommend, like, playing a tutorial run of Civ before you play Civ, you know? It's like, it's certainly not impossible, but you'll have a better time if you just, you know, play the tutorial first. I mean, I'll say this, it would be a lot easier to follow normal Dwarf Fortress than this mod. Just because, like, there are so many droids, I don't know what half of this shit is. I know what the J's are. Everything else, I have no idea. It's some weird droid, is just my assumption right now. But the easiest thing to, like, assist you with is this is one layer, right? Wait, do you understand how the Z levels work? Because if you do, then I don't need to explain this. But if you don't, then I'll explain that, and that's, like, the most that I can really give you without you just kind of getting used to it on your own time. There's something dead and rotting in there. The pink stuff is rot. It's the one visualized scent in the game. There's lots of scents in the game, but the stench of rotten flesh is the one that is visualized. And it's that pink cloud. But yeah, if you don't understand the Z levels, I can explain the Z levels. But aside from that, it's kind of difficult to explain or every single minute of what's going on, because it's just kind of a matter of staring at it for a while and then you get used to it. Which I realize may or may not be that helpful. Fallen Kingdoms. The mayor has created Tashrodden Cat. Tashit Rodney Cat. A Luminite quern. A second quern. Okay. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Ezen Watchgalley. We now have 2 querns. It's worth 55,200 Jawa dollars, and it's called Distinct Chained, a Luminite quern. This is a Luminite quern. All crafts Jawa ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular Luminite cabochons and studded with iron, and encircled with bands of olive Luminite cabochons and peach wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of iron and menaces with spikes of Orbach leather. You didn't find what is a Z level. All right, so a Z level is 1 layer of Minecraft blocks, right? Dwarf Fortress is a 3D game. I know it may not look like that, but it is. This is 1 Z level. This is the Z level below. This is the Z level below that. This is 1 up. This is 2 up, 3 up, 4 up, 5 up. I am constructing a building in the middle of this upper layer right here. This is the layer above it. This is the layer above that. Each one of these layers is essentially a layer of Minecraft blocks. You can see the open ground. That kind of dark starry stuff on the right is dense rock that hasn't been dug out. And the blue on the left, or like the turquoise, is like open air, essentially. The speckles that you see is the stuff that is directly beneath, but not close enough to see any details. And now we see the details. So this is like the foreshadowing for this layer, all right? This is the layer below that, and this is the layer below that. The blue in the bottom left there is water. that this is my fortress that I've dug out, that I've been zoomed in on a whole lot, right? So each of these layers is a layer of Minecraft blocks. Those X's in the bottom rights are stairs. Those are coffins. And if you look on the right side of the screen, there's that turquoise bar and that brown bar, and the brown bar is rising. That little yellow thing in the middle is the layer that we are currently on. So it's essentially showing ground level, so the blue becomes sky, so we are above ground. Does that make sense? If you don't understand that, then I can't help you. But another thing that'll make this a little bit easier is you can see a number up here, right? It's a green 2, meaning we are 2 Z levels above ground. We are now 1 Z level above ground. We are now on ground level now that it's a 0. It's now red, meaning we're below ground. So it's -1, -2, -3. So if you lose track of where I am, take a glance at the top right of the screen and it'll say what layer we're on. This particular map has 176 layers beneath ground, plus 29 above ground, which you can see at the bottom. The number at the bottom is the ones above ground. The one at the top are the ones below ground right now. In total, there are 170 Z levels, including above and below. So, Dwarf Fortress. It's a 3D space represented in a 2D world. That is the most explaining I can do easily, without probably just confusing you more. So I have no dwarves with relevant skills to Chief Medical Dwarf, but I do need a Chief Medical Dwarf. So I'm giving the mayor all of the Chief Medical Dwarf jobs until Banana can stand again. Turns out dwarves wouldn't birth a child because you forgot to build a floor tile before putting a door. Meanwhile, I'm also responsible for the kid dying of thirst. Well, I mean, you killed a child. Also, you're probably scarring half your dwarves because you haven't properly disposed of the now killed child. You're bad and you should feel bad. Do better next time. Also laugh about it because that's kind of amazing. You killed a child and then we're incapable of figuring out how to dispose of the body correctly. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. Whew. I think I just killed a Jawa. Oops. That or a body just went flying. But I didn't get any notifications about anybody dying, so there's that. But yeah, that's the easiest explanation I can give you for creatures. Or the visuals of Dwarf Fort. Because that's the hardest thing for most people to kind of come to grips with initially. Oh my god, so many helixes. That's usually the hardest thing for people to come to grips with is like the structure of how the visuals work, I guess. And it's like once people kind of learn that, it becomes a lot easier. Upper right leg is fractured. Well, I'm sure you'll do just fine in the military. Let's go back to working on this. That I think, like, it's the hardest thing for people to understand is that Dwarf Fortress is a 3D game. It's like I've literally had people say bullshit to me when I tell them that it's a 3D game. It's like, yeah, Dwarf Fortress is 3D. It's like, bullshit. So they're like knee-jerk response. It's like, no, it's 3D. It's very much 3D. Very much 3D and also tracks a ridiculously large amount of things. You know, those Jawas may have died, but they died valiantly. Yeah, it's a 3D game displayed in a 2D fashion. Which isn't entirely unique to roguelikes. There are several ASCII roguelikes that I can think of that have this kind of display, but it is not common for people who don't play specific types of games, so it's not too strange that someone would find the visuals of Dwarf Fortress hard to wrap their head around initially. And when your friends watch, they think you're playing The Matrix. Honestly, that meme is so silly because it's so not true. I mean, even like DF and vanilla visuals, which is this, like this doesn't look like the fucking Matrix. It's like, come on, like we're all just being silly here now. Like this is what the game looks like in vanilla. Right? It's like, come on. I've seen the Matrix. It doesn't look like that. Does it look weird and old? Yes. Does it look like the Matrix? Oh man, come on. Come on. How you doing, Sarlacc? It's good to see you. Happy Thursday. Final day of the stream. Before I vanish off into real life for a few days and then come back on Tuesday. No, but you don't want to be using the workshop orders screen. You want to be using this screen, which is the management screen, which sends orders to all of your workshops. And if you don't know how managers work, just say so in chat and I will show you as best I can. And my coffee pot didn't go off before work, so you had to drink work coffee, Sludge? Oh no. I have a tile set for Dwarf Fortress that looks like that's the Matrix font, like the font that they use for all of the funny fake code in the Matrix that is like fake characters. I have a tile set that is that font, and I have a setting to make it green. Or various shades of green. It's perfectly playable. A little bit weird for the first like 10 minutes, but I would describe it as perfectly playable. So I can actually and have played this game in Matrix mode. Oh shit, we actually have ghosts. Okay. Slab. Just gonna make a shit ton of slabs. I also need a lot more masons. Because we all of a sudden have a ton of ghosts. 3 of them, in fact. You're a Baton Jawa. Cutter Jawa, you're a miner. You're just a visitor. Hey, it's my gonk droid clerk. Yeah, ghosts do exist in Star Wars lore, and they say, use the fork, Luke! Or something. Uh-oh. These are both ghosts. These ends with little doohickeys on top, those are ghosts. So, this Jawa is being haunted by the ghost of Christmas past, going, bah! You teeny! The fuck is that? My IG series hunter droid is running around like a crazy. For some reason. Alright, well, let's just go to the job screen real quick. Suspend all these silly things. Suspend all those. Suspend all those. And all those. I just want them to make those slabs. Where are these slabs and why are they not on the jobs list? There's lots of fear, but it's good that you're here. Oh no, His ghosts are stealing my items. There we go. Make slabs now. Do you have any Cody teeth? Just ignore the need for a Cody statue. If they demand a specific statue or a specific type of thing, you can just ignore them and they won't go crazy. They'll get some mad thoughts and they might put 1 or 2 people in prison, but you can pretty actively just ignore them. Those are not the biggest, most needy demands. They're not the worst. They're not the best, but they're also not the worst. But anyway, how are you doing? Dragon Man, how's your day been? We lost most of my Jawas. Most of them. Maybe not all of them. Most of them. I'm just going to tell them to start making a bunch of those. Also, RIP making bacon. So this inn/tavern, the Plum of Lashing, which is all visitors welcome, and that's just going to be set to citizens and long-term residents only. So this is my new tavern for guests. And by guests, I mean they will get murdered by visitors. As my, you know, thing that gets in the way of the bads. Sounds fun. I'm assuming you mean 12 to 17 day, not 12 to 1700 hours. Do you get to travel to house sit, or is this a close by house? House sitting can be a fun activity. Can confirm. Fath Inky Humor wishes to hang out to entertain visitors, and you are what? You're a bard? A teeny bard. Sure, you can be a teeny bard. This place is very haunted by ghosts right now. It's not optimal. So this tavern has a bunch of very weak things, but it also has some First Order stormtroopers, some Salkith poets, whatever that is. This tour guide droid. Okay. It's got a bunch of Jawas as well as some other things. So that's good. It's definitely an improvement on our personal safety. Space Pirate is engraving memorials. Someone's better be making slabs. Well, people are constructing those, so that's good. Yeah, I got to host it once ages ago. First day we had tons to do. There was lots of fun stuff to get done. Second day, we got kind of bored, and we were there for 5 days. And the 4th day, we took their entire kitchen apart and completely cleaned it because we kept getting really mad. It was me and my ex. And we got really mad at how dirty places were in their kitchen. And we just eventually kind of gave up. And we're just like, fuck it. Eurus the Ghostly Hunter's been laid to rest. Okay, Ghostly Crafter's been laid to rest. I don't know how many more we have, but there's so many ghosts. Medi, Fairy Pebbles, and you both want to be here. You know what? Fine. Well, I'm just going to accept all bards right now. All bards can be accepted. I don't know what any of you are or if any of you are even trustworthy, but might as well just accept them all. Apparently, I have a Jablogan bard, a Tongneth. I don't even know what these are. Tongneth. Tongneth. What is that? Togath. What? Oh, Tognath. 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 These guys. I have a bard of these guys. They seem friendly. What do you think, chat? Do you think that their poetry is probably wonderful? I'm sure that their poetry is. I mean, obviously, they wouldn't like have lasted in this beautiful Jawa fortress for a whole year if their poetry was not wonderful. So there is that. But yeah, I don't even know what I just did. Somehow I opened up the support page for Brave. What? I don't even know what button I hit. Anyway, so we've got that. We've got a Jablogian. What is a Jablogian? Jablogian. Jablogian. Uh-oh. Joblo. J-A? Is that a J-A or a J-B? Oh, it is a J. Jaglobian. Oh, right, yes. These guys. That guy. Naturally. That guy. Yeah. Okay. All right. Of course, completely canon. Rimworld's system is like an incredibly dumbed down, simplified, boring version of Dwarf Fortress's mood system. Rimworld's mood system is just based on a few statistics and nothing actually interesting. Whereas with Dwarf Fortress, I'll use this Jawa as an example because I don't have any dwarves. They have their recent thoughts, which are based on things that they've seen, things that they've viewed, things that they feel, and things that they are thinking about, and things that they are remembering. And these can change and adjust this down here, which is like their outlook on life, which affects what things make them happy. As an example, if there's somebody that acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of all of their considerations, they're going to be more upset if they see people with injuries, and they're going to be more upset if they see people with, what's it called? Not healing or fighting, right? Or if they can handle stress well, or maybe they're cruel, then they'll like fighting. So there's that. Plus, their reoccurring memories can sometimes cause them to change their outlook on life. So for an example, this Jawa respects perseverance because they saw a dead body in 147. Previously, they had a different personality trait, but now they respect perseverance. So Rimworld is like baby's first emotion system, whereas Dwarf Fortress generates very believable, realistic characters. For better or for worse, mind you. So if you take the basic concepts of Rimworld's mood system and then expand it out tenfold in every single direction, you have a mood system that's half as interesting as Dwarf Fortress's mood system. That's how I describe DF's mood system. Whereas with Rimworld, it's just event happens. Okay, they have a -3 for 10 days. Or a +4 for 12. Or a +15 or +30. That's really good. That's not how it works in Dwarf. Yep, and then they get happy thoughts every time they walk past their child and speak with their child briefly. And that can impact them positively. Or their child could die, and that would impact them negatively. And that's a permanent impact. There is no temporary impacts. Everything is permanent, and you need new permanent impacts to avoid poor impacts. RimWorld is just a min-maxing numbers game. That's all RimWorld is. And I find RimWorld extremely boring for that reason. It's a large portion of the reason I don't play it anymore. It's just an extremely edgy numbers game. And I'm not a big fan of extremely edgy numbers games. I like a world simulation. And this game simulates a believable world. This world's maybe a little bit harder to believe because it's every single thing from Star Wars on one planet for some reason, regardless of timeline, time period, or place in the galaxy. So it's just kind of a silly mod for that reason. But ooh, we have a thief. We have a thief. Somebody stole my shit. But I don't really have anybody to get it back from. Max a crystal glass rain. Mid-size handheld glass musical instrument. Huh. But yeah, no. Basically, everything that's interesting about RimWorld is loosely inspired by different parts of Dwarf. The problem is Dwarf basically, or not Dwarf, RimWorld basically sold itself off the back of it's inspired by Dwarf Fortress, which to a degree is kind of accurate, but the execution is so completely different. It's hard for me as somebody who plays this game to compare them at all. I know people do, and people always will, but I don't think it's a good comparison. In fact, I would actually say it's a bad comparison, because it gives people the wrong idea about Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is a very different game in playstyle-wise. As an example, like, RimWorld is a game that slowly gets harder that's designed to kill you. Like, that is the point of RimWorld. It's designed to be a hard game with challenges that you overcome. Dwarf Fortress is a simulation that you can interact with if you want. And the simulation doesn't care about you, won't really try and kill you, but if you interact with it in ways that it would consider itself a threat normally, it will just kill you. From the mood system from a dwarf isn't very detailed, and it is very detailed and more realistic. Small things won't drive a dwarf mad, but if a dwarf experiences everyday bad things with some brighter things in life, they will get really sad, but will build up over months, and not like RimWorld where the mental state of a character can make a 180 with a nice table and a beer. Yeah, absolutely, in one day. Because he is killing his friends because his jacket is tattered. Yeah, absolutely. Like it's RimWorld's system is very, very simple and based off of very specific arbitrary things, whereas in Dwarf Fortress, a dwarf can slowly develop PTSD over 15 years. And then people complain that their dwarves are unsavable. It's like, well, it's because you make them run by a dead cat every day on the way to work. Obviously, they're eventually going to go insane if they have to stare at a dead cat every day. So would I. Speaking of people who hopefully don't have to stare at a dead cat every day, I hope you're doing well, Spitalier. I hope things are good. Good day, sir. So, yeah, that's Dwarf Fortress's mood system. Oh, migrants have arrived despite the danger. I was begging on Twitter for subscribers on YouTube. Dreams of becoming a legendary warrior. All right, I will gladly oblige and allow you to become a pile of red paint. That's absolutely the kind of people we need here. Dreams of raising a family. Too bad. You're going to be a legendary warrior. How about you? You also dream of raising a family. Well, too bad. You're also going to be a legendary warrior. I think that was the same person. Yes, it was. You dream of mastering a skill. Constantly ablaze with feelings of lust, and not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. Oh my god, you're like my ex. Anyway, we're gonna throw you in that squad. Hey, that's a robot. It's a droid fisherman, scrubber droid. It's like a box on wheels that fishes somehow. Dreams of mastering skills. You know what's hilarious to me about RimWorld DLCs? Every single RimWorld DLC is simply a poorly implemented mechanic that Dwarf Fortress already has. With the exception of like the more like the jetpacks and the shit that and the weird enemies that some of that stuff adds, but like ideology, Dwarf Fortress has a more expanded, deeper religion system that's more interesting. The royalty one that they added, Dwarf Fortress has a more developed, more interesting royalty system that's less annoying. Obviously, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have the victory systems, but you just get those systems without having to pay $22 because they're just included in the game. Because they're interesting mechanics that make the game better. So why would you charge so much extra money for that? Yeah, honestly, like that's the one thing I genuinely adore about RimWorld. Like RimWorld's a great game, and I'm mean to it for a lot of reasons, mostly because I have some serious problems with how that game was balanced, and it ruined the game for me. But man, these are all of these Jawas are brave or dream of mastering a skill, so they're all good for the military. But my annoyances with that game aside, it is very good. I am constantly annoyed when I just see, oh, hey, you added a mechanic that exists in Dwarf Fortress that's better in Dwarf Fortress, and you're charging a ton of money for it. That's like, come on, you've sold so many millions of copies of your game. Do you really need to? I don't know. That game just feels money grabby at this point to a borderline upsetting degree, and I don't like it. My issue with the way that game is balanced is that game is balanced for people who are really good at it. And, like, okay, you'd be terrible in the military. Like, Dwarf Fortress isn't balanced. That's the best way to describe Dwarf Fortress. It's not balanced. You could survive with nothing but a drawbridge and a lever. That is the most efficient weapon in the entire game, is a drawbridge. But there are so many fun, stupid little strategies that work. You could build ceilings and cause cave-ins. You could build water cannons. You could build lava cannons. You could just dump water on things and drown things. You could drop things into a moat. You could drop things into lava. You can make fall pits. You can fill the long hallway up with a bunch of sword traps and kill things with spinning glass discs. You can like put a minecart up at the top of the hill and push it down a hill and slam it into a fortification and throw spiky balls at shit. Like there's so many different strategies and they all kind of work. You could also just take like a bunch of really big elephants in normal Dwarf Fortress and chain them up in front of your fortress over top of some grass so that they don't starve to death, and just like train them for war and then leave them there and let the enemies fight with them. Like, yeah, see that there's so it doesn't RimWorld's irrelevant to this discussion. Dwarf Fortress doesn't separate the player from fun. You can do whatever you want to kill the enemy, and there's billions of ways to do it. I still think of new shit occasionally where it's like, oh man, I haven't tried this before. No one's done this before. I have magma crabs pinned behind this wall and a pool of lava so that they can refill their lava and fire lava at things. Like there's so many strategies and you can make them work. Whereas with RimWorld, especially if you're playing on the harder difficulties, there's like a handful of strategies that work, and all of the fun shit, every time the player base comes up with something fun, that fun thing just gets nerfed out because it's OP. And that's why I talk about RimWorld with such disdain, is because every single time I found something that was genuinely fun in RimWorld, they nerfed it out of the game. And so that's why I don't want to talk about RimWorld. And why I don't like talking about RimWorld, and why I just kind of grumble and complain when people talk about RimWorld, is because every time I found a strategy that I found genuinely fun and compelling, it got nerfed out of the game. And that's really fucking disappointing as somebody who enjoyed that game for years. What is that? Oh, it's a Nabooian. Capital N is a human, basically. Good luck finding mermaids. The thing is, another thing about RimWorld is I've probably played more RimWorld than you. Like, I don't know how much RimWorld you've played, but I have about 4,000 hours in that game. Maybe more. Probably more. Likely more. So, I don't want to think about that game anymore, because it just makes me sad that it profiteered so much off of the fame and success of Dwarf Fortress, and still is. And probably will always sell better than Dwarf Fortress, and that just makes me genuinely sad. If there isn't an expert on the two, it's me. Yeah. I'm just saying it how it is. It's like, I know this shit because I'm kind of an expert. But, yeah, I don't know. Interrupted by a what? A named Gwinto. Big scary capital S. Gwintos are large spiders. Oh, that's terrifying. So is what, that just a giant cave spider? I apparently have stuff to make mead? I mean, obviously I'm going to make it. I just don't know how I acquired honey. I also don't know if I have a brew dwarf. Brew dwarf? Brew Jawa. Brawa. It's a Brawa, obviously. A Jawa that brews. Jawa, can you please go brew, please? Thank you. We need a brewer. Brewer. There's probably nobody in this world that's played as much RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress as me. That's something I could probably almost point at and claim to be true. Damn, it straight up is just a giant cave spider. Let's throw my Jawa army at it. Get it. They're gonna die probably, but hopefully they can kill it. Wow, it really just is a giant cave spider. Except, like, minus the venom. Come on, guys, get to it. Yay, they got it. And I only lost 1, 2, 3 recruits. Not so bad. At least the fucking thing's dead now. And Peculiar Lobster almost died. Is currently just webbed. There you go. Yeah, it seems to just be a cave spider minus the fangs. Yeah, it kept biting them and just bruising them. So instead of like one bite and you're dead and you're paralyzed and dead like a cave spider, they just bite you. So a weaker cave spider. I'm in the 0.01%. Probably, yes. Like, maybe some people have played as much as me, but the numbers are very low in that case. Yes, the problem was I didn't have a brewer. Manba would like to hang out to eradicate monsters. I don't know what you are, but welcome to the place where we live here. You're a clone trooper marksman. Awesome. Hell yeah. And another one. Who's a Jawa. So we just got a Jawa marksman and a clone trooper marksman. Trying to just deal with zombies, or not zombies, these depressed ghosts that are hanging around. I've never seen a single second of Parks and Rec, but I would believe that there's probably a TV show quote like that. Also, I'm quite close to certain, based on Twitch stats, that I have streamed more Dwarf Fortress now than RimWorld. Quite certain. And I streamed RimWorld for about half a year on and off when I didn't stream as much before the Steam release, and I have about 3,000 hours on Steam. So I have about 3,000 hours on Steam. It's pretty reasonable to assume that I have another couple hundred off Steam, which is why I say probably around 4,000, but I don't actually know the exact number of hours that I have on Rim. But there are a few topics that I can genuinely like point at and be like, I am better than you. How did I get into Colony Sims? I was playing League of Legends. Actually, yeah, I was playing League of Legends with a friend of mine. Why do I have so many fucking idlers? What? I was playing League of Legends with a friend of mine, and we were waiting for our other friend, and I commented that I was bored. And he said, well, try this, and sent me a link to this weird-looking website called bait12games.com. I was like, what's this? And he goes, it's this game I found on 4chan. I was like, all right. I downloaded it, and I tried it. I didn't get into Dwarf Fortress right away after playing it the first couple times. I didn't properly start to learn the game until about, like, 8 or 9 years later. But it certainly was something that grabbed me pretty quickly. I'm literally just putting anybody into a squad that isn't named. It grabbed me pretty quickly, and relatively soon after then, I started just playing. On and off. Every 6 months, I would install it and try it. And because of that fascination and knowledge of the existence of Dwarf Fortress, I played Towns. I played No Moria. I played RimWorld. I didn't back RimWorld, but I did buy it right when it came out. Played RimWorld. I played, what's the name of that fucking Odd Realm, obviously. And I played Space Haven. I played Starmancer. I guess I also played The Sims back in the day, but that's kind of a different thing. I played various other base building and city building games back in the day, which are like, I played Populous. I played Black and White. I played RTS games like Age of Empires. I played, I played PC games growing up, right? So I played like Command & Conquer, Age of Empires. I played Rise of Nations. I played a lot of RTS games, and city builders and colony management sims all kind of fit into a similar bucket of, I understand what you're supposed to do in this video game. And once you get past the, I understand what you're supposed to do in this video game, and if you would know that you enjoy that gameplay loop, it's logical to seek out other ones. And in my experience, there are very few good ones. Or very few ones that ever got developed enough to be good. It's like basically just Dwarf Fortress, Oxygen Not Included, I guess, but I didn't like Oxygen Not Included. It was too sciencey for me. RimWorld, I have problems with RimWorld, but I'm not going to say it's a bad game. It's a great game. I just have problems with it. But Dwarf Fortress is far and away the best. There really is nothing that you can compare to Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is horribly balanced and poorly designed in a lot of ways, but there's nothing like it. And I play Dwarf Fortress because there's nothing like it. Nothing really compares to it. There are games that have similar amounts of replayability and insanity, things like Caves of Cud, or I guess even CDDA or NetHack, but they're completely different gameplay styles, so they don't really compare, really. And Dwarf Fortress also has adventure mode and legends, which lets you explore and learn about your world in completely different ways, which is also super fun. That nothing else in this subgenre really has. So, I mean, I played fucking, like, Dungeon Keeper back in the day, you know? Like, another Helix? Really? I have so many Helixes that are just all spawning up here, I think. Yeah, these are all my Helixes. Look at this fucking line of Helixes I have. I got 1, 2... This one even made a artifact. Or actually has my artifact that I made. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's fucking 8 of them. I have 8 Helixes that are all just spawning up here on the sands. That's kind of awesome. Well, technically it is 4, just nobody actually knows about the 4th. And also the 4th is more of like the bug fixing mode and less of an actual mode. Yeah, Arena. But Arena kind of doesn't count. I mean, here's the thing. Dwarf Fortress doesn't run well on anything, but will run on almost anything. The most similar game to DF that you've played is Songs of Six. Songs of Six is completely different to DF, though. Like, I can understand that logic and that the why you'd say that, but its game's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. It's got more in common with, like, Pharaoh in its gameplay, right? Like, it's got nothing in common with Dwarf Fortress. I understand why you say that it's the most similar game, but it's got absolutely nothing in common with it. It's like, they're both big strategy games. But Songs of Six is much more of a game, less of a sim. But I do understand that. I do think that Songs of Six is something that's extremely special, and I look forward to playing more of it. How many hours have I played Dwarves? Dwarves doesn't track your hours, so I don't know. But we're under siege again. And this one's gonna kill us. Because probably just gonna let it kill us. I don't know. There really isn't an accurate way for me to check. But if you add up the hours of all of my VODs, which I did like 6 months ago, I was above 4,000. Time is subjective. This is true. So we're under siege. Let's see if they actually attack us. Okay, so they are actually sieging us. They have Barghists. They're pirates, so they're just a mess of various things. That is quite the army. So, Chad, here's the question. Do I defend myself against this clusterfuck of whatever the hell that is? And lose. Because we will lose. Or do I lock them all inside? Do I lock us inside? Or do we accept defeat? Because that is a very big army of a lot of things. So much so that it's making the whole game hitch. Barghasts are a species of non-sentient quadrupeds that can be kept as pets for protection. They have dark fur and skin and a large mouth filled with sharp teeth and 6 red eyes. Locke, you think? I was thinking the opposite. I was thinking, like, let us all die and then come back with the Sith. But that's it. That's also assuming I can make it here with the Sith, because there's a lot of shit in this part of the in this part of the world. Like, if we just look at this, that is assuming I can get here without, like, running into lag problems or getting ambushed. We'll see. We'll play it slow and just see what ends up happening. Where the hell are they? That looks like a fight. It's a cancel fighting with that thing. Oh, with a Lin droid. Okay. Let's see how my guests do. My entire army is just recruits. So none of they're useless, basically. What? Oh shit, never mind, they're all leaving. Oh, a Sith apparently was with them and got into a fight with a droid and killed it. A few of their frontline were killed and they just panicked and split. Looks like. Huh. Never mind. It's a non-concern. They're just leaving. Maybe they was just passing through. We're not dead yet. Apparently. You can wishlist it? Yeah, that too. And hopefully we'll get the premium version by the end of the year for Fortress mode. And then Adventure mode will come later. Also, if anybody has a Twitter and wants to help me out with dumb social media shit, that would be nice. Basically, I'm begging for subscribers on YouTube on Twitter. That's all I'm doing. But if you want to help me beg for subscribers on YouTube via Twitter, you can do that with that tweet if you want. Although it's clearly working because now I need one. I need one more because I lost one. Someone definitely just unsubbed on YouTube. Oh well, it happens. But we're competing. Mandalorian poet. I want to know what Mandalorian poetry is like. What the fuck's a Zabrak? Is that a zebra? Zabrak is near human sentient species. Wait. Is that what Darth Maul is? Huh. What, for Dwarf Fortress? You don't buy Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is free. Yato. The premium version on Steam won't be free, but I've never bought... Well, I give them money on Patreon, but you download it on their website right here for Windows, Mac, or Linux. It's literally free. They're funded on Patreon. They make money via this and donations through PayPal. They get, it's like anywhere from $12,000 to $16,000 a month in donations and Patreon. So yeah, it's free. Just go play it. You don't have to buy it. Some people seem to think you have to buy it for some reason. I don't fully understand that. Some people also seem to think that it's been in development for this long and it's not actually released yet. And you can't play it anywhere. And every now and again, I see people getting weirdly confused / mad that there is reviews and videos of a game that is not released yet. And it's like, you know, you can just go, like, download it, right? Also, I had someone that was worried on in YouTube comments the other day that was saying, so I'm concerned, is this game going to just get abandoned when it releases? Or is it going to continue getting updates? And it's just like, oh no, you poor soul. You poor soul. Oh, you don't know anything, do you? I mean, they won't be frequent, but yes, it will get updates. Yes, we are still in version 0.0. Yes. It's astonishing how little some people know about Dwarf Fortress while also knowing a ton about Dwarf Fortress. Thanks for linking that, Diamond. Like, people will know all about Boat Murdered and about 15 different unrelated bugs that the game has had in the past, but don't know that it's free. It's just like, so you know all of the not so useful information and none of the actually useful information. That's brilliant. All right, let's unsuspend all of this crap and get this stuff back up and running. Also, chat room, I just want to say thank you very much, everybody, for lurking and hanging out and watching the stream. I play a weird game that not a lot of people know, play, or understand, and not a lot of people, you know, actively cancels. You know what? Droid Fisherman, where are you? Can I expel you? Oh, I can slaughter you. Huh. I found a type of droid we can slaughter. All right, hold up. I need to wait until they slaughter this droid and see what it makes when it's slaughtered. Because this droid apparently has some sort of injury where they keep canceling and it's annoying. When you were told that you need a manual, I mean, manual helpful. Well, wiki is manual, right? Fortunately, wiki's free. Let's slaughter this droid and see what we get from it. Do we get droid meat? Because if we get droid meat, this is the greatest mod ever made. So, you know, scrubber droid, fisherman. If we just get mechanisms, this is a better mod. But, chat, what do you guys think? Are we gonna get meat from this droid? Or just bone? Like, what do we get from this slaughtered droid? Scrubber droid fisherman metal. As specific as you could imagine. I can't melt it. Also, somebody just punched one of my... The stray ASP-19 battle droid punches the stray separatist assassin probe with his left foot and his right hand, fracturing the mechanisms. But yeah, maybe now it makes a bit more sense as to why I get constantly annoyed that RimWorld has like less interesting versions of Dwarf Fortress features that it charges money for as DLC, because Dwarf Fortress is free. You know, if they were so inspired by Dwarf Fortress, they'd be a little bit more generous. I mean, there's a video which was originally filmed actually for Zach and Tarn Adams, the developers of this game. It was originally filmed for their local newspaper, where Tarn literally says the game is free and the game will always have a free variant, which is true. Even after the premium version, which will cost money, is out, there will still be the free version, and it will be updated alongside of the paid version with the same features, just with less pixely graphics and more what's the word I'm looking for here? And more ASCII. Sounds expensive, right? Maybe. Well, it's expensive on your free time. That's for sure. But like, the reason Dwarf Fortress will always be free is because Zach and Tarn want people who can't afford to play big cool games have this infinite game that they can play forever. Like, that is like part of like the whole design concept of this game, is it's supposed to be an infinite game that you can play forever. That will just infinitely generate you more game, basically. Which is not entirely accurate to the game currently, but also not wrong. Like, is it truly this infinite game you can play forever? Within reason. It's certainly, there's a lot of it. Like, everything like has limitations, but I play this game because it's fun and it still entertains me. Also, how you doing today on this lovely Thursday, Navy? I keep on having to remind myself that it's Mother's Day in like 3 days. I've got like this massive anxiety that the thing that I ordered for my mom won't arrive. I order my mom flowers every year for Mother's Day. And I'm sitting here going like, oh shit, yeah, those are getting ready. God, I hope they make it. I hope nobody steals them. Because ordering flowers is expensive. So I'm always just sitting here going, oh god, I hope that those arrive. When is fighting with the Lindroid? I'm sorry. What? A droid what now? Variably, hold on. I need to look this up on the Star Wars wiki. Give me a second. Droid Starfighter. Oh! That makes a lot of sense now. I didn't know that those were autonomous robots. Apparently we have one of those. When I said that and paused, sorry. I get very emotional about the shit that I'm doing in video games. Well, that's the beauty of imagination, right, Yato? We all have an imagination, and imagination doesn't cost any CPU power, doesn't cost any GPU power, and is more flexible and varied than any graphics. Which is actually one of the reasons why a lot of people who've played Dwarf Fortress for a really long time are excited that Zach and Tarn are going to make a bunch of money when the Steam version comes out, but have no intention of actually playing it. Like, they'll buy it and then just keep playing the classic version. And that's the case for quite a few people that I know. Because the part of why Dwarf Fortress is so cool is because it's this, what's the word I'm looking for here? Part of why it's so cool is because the limits are your imagination, right? You can spend hours building hyper intricate, complicated, deep forts, or you could just build a dirty pit. And regardless, you can imagine this fascinating narrative between the interchanging personalities and connections between different characters. And like this one story that I always love to tell people that I read about in Legends after the last major update was there was a necromancer queen of a faction, and this necromancer queen got to the position of necromancer queen by lying and cheating and deceiving, and eventually married into royalty, had most of the royal family assassinated, and then became queen of this faction. And once she was crowned queen, the queen story, the classic one. And once she was crowned queen, for the next, well, first she discovered the secrets of life and death and made herself immortal by becoming a necromancer. After she did that, she then systematically married 2 to 5 people a year, sometimes men, sometimes women, and then would have them assassinated and raise them as zombies. And this was all just written in text as the history of this necromancer queen. And she lived for like 500 years. Every year she'd write a handful of books, usually about herself. She'd get married 5 to 6 times. And she'd have all of her husbands assassinated, or spouses, wives, husbands, whatever. And then she'd raise them as zombies and write some more books. Sometimes about her spouses, sometimes about her violent deeds, sometimes just about her, and sometimes about unrelated things. And she just did this on repeat for hundreds of years. I never even played a fort in that world, and that is one of my favorite Dwarf Fortress stories, is just that there is this fucking necromancer lady with an army of dead husbands, and wives, which is just wonderful, and I love it. Dwarf Fortress is amazing. You dabble at sprite art, so you're actually looking forward to modding stuff. Knowing DF, though, it will most likely be super complex and give you carpal tunnel. Why, hold on. If you do sprite work, why would using a computer give you carpal tunnel? Are you talking about, like, modding DF? Or are you talking about, like, zombie battle harem? That's got to be an anime already, right? Medieval zombie battle harem, my lord. It's definitely got to be an anime. Also, hey, Carniff, what's up? But yeah, no, it's just fantastic, and I love that stuff. It's just so freaking goofy. Semi-related, but also unrelated. I still need 46 subscribers on YouTube to reach 10,000. So if you're not subscribed to me on YouTube, go subscribe to me on YouTube, and also take your best friend's account and subscribe them to me on YouTube so that I can just hit 10K today and be happy. When you get close to a big threshold like that, it's hard to not stare at it. Seriously. We're at 9,954. Like, come in. I mean, since yesterday we got 10. But like, you know, we've gone up quite a bit since April. Like, beginning of April, we were at like, I think it was 9,200 at the beginning of April. You've subscribed a bunch of people, just like waited until they weren't looking at their computer and gone, do they have a YouTube account? Go to YouTube, sub. Man, EXO 1 just released on another platform. Maybe I should play through that game again. What the fuck is happening? I'm not sure what's fighting with what. Also, I'm worried all of my droids are gonna... I don't actually know what's happening. Who's fighting with who? Seems like they're just fighting with this Lin droid. But Lin droids are tiny. Yeah, they're literally all just fighting with this tiny little Lin droid. Oh, okay. Well, it's dead. Lin droids are tiny little mine-laying droids, which are basically just like a helmet with tank treads and a tiny little grabby arm that goes and lays a mine. Now their helix is formed. Yeah, that's. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is the most well-known game that nobody knows anything about, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress is an extremely well-known game for how obtuse it is. Like, there are other games like Dwarf Fortress in like their in insane depth and like interest and reason to play, but most of them In fact, almost all of them, I would say, are nowhere near as well known as Dwarf Fortress. I think CDDA is maybe like the only one that I can think of. Maybe Caves of Cud, but even Caves of Cud is like nothing. Nobody knows about Caves of Cud. Whereas anybody who's played Minecraft has probably at least heard references to Dwarf Fortress. Like you can like you can play like just as an example, every single Borderlands game, or at least every single mainline 1, 2, and 3, they all have a weapon called a Masterwork crossbow. And the description of it is a Masterwork crossbow. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round bolts of something and built with this of this. And it's written just like a Dwarf Fortress weapon description. And there's stuff like that all over the games industry. Just random little references. You found DF from old Yogscast? Yeah, I mean, Yogscast used to reference DF all the time. Trying to think of, like, other examples of this. Like, Minecraft has references to Dwarf Fortress in it. One of my recruits, but this is also, like, a terrible stream right now to be watching Dwarf Fortress for the first time, because this is, like, a psychotically complicated Minecraft mod. Or not Minecraft mod, Dwarf Fortress mod that makes everything into Star Wars for various reasons. Yeah, I've heard about various Crusades. I've never seen any of those personally because I've never played those games, but I've heard about the references in various Paradox games because, another game that has a bunch of DF references in it is Crypt of the Necrodancer, because the founder of that studio, Brace Yourself Games, is a really big fan of Dwarf Fortress. And the last convention, or the last PAX I went to, actually, I ended up talking with him about Dwarf Fortress for like 40 minutes as they were packing up at the end of the day. Like, he was like, wait, you're the Dwarf Fortress, you're the guy who makes videos about Dwarf Fortress, right? I was like, yeah, that's me. And we just started fucking talking, and it was cool. It's like, it's the smallest big game, is a way that I would describe Dwarf Fortress. The smallest big game. Endor, Lummable Cloth, Iron Bars, Date Palmwood Logs, Limestone, and Jet. Good luck! It's also quietly very educational. You'll learn a lot about geology. If nothing else, at the very least, the names of stones. Yeah, Dungeons of Dreadmore is a game I own that I've never actually played. I really need to play Dungeons of Dreadmore one of these years. What the fuck's a Guardian Police Droid? I mean, I'm sure it's exactly what it sounds like, but I want to know what it looks like. Guardian. This is a really funky looking droid. He's got a pot on his head. He's got a bucket on his head. Look at that. Oh boy. Chat, do we need to tell Yato about the other NPCs? So, are there other colonies and NPCs? So, I've kind of given you the base level. So, in normal Dwarf Fortress, it's elves, humans, dwarves, goblins. And then there's a few spoilerific races, as well as every single creature you can think of but the animal variant. So, like, just to use a recent screenshot from Dwarf Fortress News as an example. Give me a second here. There are sites. Well, you're being painfully specific, but Stone is correct. Like, as an example, these are all sprites for the animal people. So there's Puff. These are just some. These aren't even all of them. There's a puffin man. There's an owl man. A hamster man. A turtle man. A tortoise man, I think. Maybe a turtle man. I think it's actually a tortoise. A camel man, a crab man, a narwhal man, a cockroach man, a dragonfly man, and a toad man. These are just some of the animal man variants. Is it a pass for you? You're gonna buy? So I'm gonna tell you this. If I were to say it was a pass for me, that would be the dumbest thing I would do as a creator. I am 1,000% going to stream the ever-living fuck out of the Steam version because it's the biggest opportunity for me as its creator to grow that I'll ever have. Someone needs to give Tygo a sub. Hi, Tygo, how are you? Looks like Bucket's, which some ass is there? Wait, what? Looks like Bucket's which some ass is there on top of their car and opposing a police car. Which is, oh, for the police droid. Yes. Yes. Naturally. But yes, absolutely I will play the Steam version. But how do I feel about it on a more philosophical level? I don't really care. Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress. It does and any tile set doesn't matter. UI doesn't matter. What's interesting to me about Dwarf Fortress is what's underneath. I play this tile set because it's used by a popular YouTuber. And so people are used to it. So I use that tile set. Yeah, absolutely, Navy. Like that would totally be a smart thing to do. Although I would say don't do it like 2 to 3 weeks afterwards because I'm probably gonna have Tarn on a couple weeks after release. After like the chaos slows down a little bit. But yeah, no, absolutely. Like I'm 1,000% going to stream it because this is my full-time job. Making videos on YouTube. I'm also going to stream 7 days a week whenever it releases. And I'm going to do that for probably about 14 days, I would guess. So it's just like, and instead of doing the 3 day a week and then YouTube, I will just like stop, and just all in on DF until shit starts to slow down. Because I need to grow as much as possible in that period of time because that's going to be the biggest opportunity for my channel to grow that I'm ever going to get. So I need to take advantage of it. But yeah, to me, it doesn't matter. Like I don't, it's all just Dwarf Fortress. I want it to be finished though. And the reason I want it to be finished is Dwarf Fortress is a passion project by two brothers, right? Primarily. Like this game wouldn't exist if Zach and Tarn didn't develop it constantly, consistently, like mad lads, right? And so they are putting tons and tons of effort in. And normally, developing Dwarf Fortress for them is really fun because they're adding weird, obtuse systems, deep level generation systems, complex management systems, and things for the long term that are, what's the word? That maybe you won't see as the player very much, but they are very interested in working on. Whereas the Steam release, they're making it so that they can get an influx of money so that they don't have to worry about healthcare costs in the US. Like, it's not that they're not making it because that's something that they necessarily want to make. They're making it because they need it for survival. And because of the cost of living going up and the economy going kaput and everything happening right now, they're not even making profit off of the amount of, off of their living costs and medical costs to make the game being completely crowdfunded. So they need to sell the game to, it's like something like 100,000 copies to be safe. And they'll sell 100,000 copies, no problem. So they need to sell the game to survive and keep developing it. And designing obtuse magic and combat systems, designing world generation systems, and designing faction systems and all of that is way more interesting than aligning sliders on a new UI. So it's, yeah, Cutest was saying that earlier, Tygo. So it's I want the Steam version to be finished because I want them to make a bunch of money and I want them to go work on things that they want to work on, and I don't want them to work on things they don't want to work on. And, you know, once every 3 to 4 months, I have Tarn Adams, and sometimes Zach, on my stream, and we talk about Dwarf Fortress. I answer a bunch of questions, and I ask, or they answer a bunch of community questions that I source over a few days, and we try and have like discussions about the game. And like Zach commented that Tarn, you know, has a hard time getting out of bed some days because he just doesn't want to work on the UI. He just doesn't want, it's not something he wants to do. And they're almost done Fortress mode, and adventure mode will happen quickly because a lot of the basis is already there. So I want it to be done so that they can go work on something else. That's what I'm looking forward to. I want them to be finished with it so they can go work on things that they want to work on. And you know, Dwarf Fortress mode has like 90 something screens. Like, all of these screens are getting completely rebuilt from the ground up. Like this has all of these different sub menus, which also all need to be rebuilt. And like Dwarf Fortress is not new code, right? Like this is a game that started being developed in 2003. So a lot of stuff is having to be rewritten, rebalanced, and bug fixed, and tweaked, and changed just to work. But it's good that it does, and that they're getting to it. But yeah, I will absolutely stream and play a ton of the Steam version just because I do this full-time. This is my full-time job, and I'm only able to do this full-time because people watch me and because people are kind enough to throw money at my face so that I can keep doing this, right? And the premium version releasing will be my biggest opportunity ever, and probably the biggest I ever will have, at least at this point in my career as a broadcaster, to bring new people in. And so I'm going to be streaming my fucking ass off for weeks. And making videos and doing all of that, all concurrently when that happens. What will be my preferred tile set? The premium tile set. Until it gets to the point where the community starts to branch out and use other tile sets, I will not use other tile sets. I will be using the premium basic bitch tile set, unless I'm playing with a mod or something, until further notice when the premium version releases. And I'll probably take a long break from Long Death too. Because I probably will do similar thing to what I'm doing with the Crimson Pulley playthrough, where I will just have like a persistent world that I'll play in for a while. I'll also probably have like experiment days where we just, you know, try and dig to the bottom of every biome and like see every biome, or like try and explore things and see every... Long Death is patient. Yeah, Long Death ain't going anywhere. And I will probably like make, like, I will probably do videos like every biome in Dwarf Fortress, which is just going to be like maybe me talking over what every biome is and what's growing there. Like, I will probably do that. Like, just a 15-minute video of like, here's just the surface level of every biome. I will probably do videos of like, this is what hell looks like. There will be a lot of very YouTuber-ass YouTuber videos coming out of my YouTube channel around then, just about premium, because that is my biggest opportunity, and I can't lose it. So, hopefully they don't burn out while doing this. Tarn's talked about burning out a couple of times, and he seems to be kind of one of those people who's sort of immune to burnout in certain ways. It does sound like he's the closest he's ever been to being burnt out on the premium version, but I have this weird feeling that once he suddenly has more money than God, that won't be a problem. Colette, the recruit, has made a jet mug and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Saigon Kolshax. That was a very long period of time to make a mug. This is a jet mug. Our craft's Jawish ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned limestone cabochons and studded with iron and decorated with date palm wood and Endor llama wool, and menaces with spikes of jet. But, you know, I think the most impressive thing to me is that...
Might be the last subscript. Thanks, see you on Patreon. Yeehaw.
Why did it stop halfway through? What just happened? Anyway, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 19th month. See you on Patreon. Yeehaw, as you say. I'm sure you'll get randomly gifted subs occasionally, though. But cheers. Eradicating monsters, sure. With a jet engine? I mean, aren't we all? God, I lost so many fucking Jawas. But yeah, no, I wouldn't be able to do this if people didn't support me, right? I wouldn't exist, and I am kind of shocked that I survived switching over to this game from more normal people games, I guess. Kill interrupts kill interrupted by combat. What are you fighting with, Bill? A chameleon droid. That seems bad. Death, this is truly horrifying. Well, it looks like you got away. Bastet's probably got more. You should just laugh in their face. You won. Oh no. A battle droid is throwing a tantrum. That seems bad. Oh. Okay, hold up. I'm making a captain of the guard Jawa. Who's going to be you? Brewhogger! Thanks for subscribing at tier 1. Okay, seriously, why is it doing that? It's like cutting off early. What? That's so strange. I'm gonna rerun that alert. Why did it do that? It's so strange. It cuts off early. It's not the bot, it's Streamlabs. Unrelated. That's weird. Anyway, thank you very much for subscribing at tier 1. I will worry about that after stream. There's nothing I can really do about that right now. I mean, I could go check, but it's not going to give me too much assistance. But seriously, thank you very much for subscribing and supporting the channel and helping keep this weird show funded. What was I doing? Chains, that's what I needed. Iron, 5. 2 minutes for choo-choo. I kind of... Anybody want to throw more money at me to make a choo-choo happen? Does require more money. Although, to be totally fair, you guys just doubled my revenue on the day. Because up until that resub a minute ago, the only money I've made today was a resub from 6 hours ago. So, you know. Keep in mind, I stream 3 days a week normally. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays is when I'm on. But I do stream about 14 hours a day those days that I'm on. We did it Reddit. We didn't do it Reddit because I don't have 10K subs on YouTube yet. I need 45 till I hit 10K. Then we can say we did it Reddit when I hit 10K.
Did someone say train?
No. No one said train. You're hearing things. You're going crazy, frog. Ba-ding, ding, 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 ding. Bing, 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 bong. Bing, 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 bong. Anyway, I'm sorry for reminding everybody that exists. I'm actually not. But thank you very much for the choo-choo. Mark's Jawa is visiting. Stray Scrubber Metal Crafter droid cancels because 2 injured. Well, I mean, I'll set you for slaughter. I don't know what the hell we're gonna do with all of these super random droid bits, but thank you very much for helping keep this weird show funded. Seriously. Hey, Otir wants to join for the purpose of soldiering. What are you, Otir? You're a Mandalorian marksman. Ooh. Although I don't think that you'll be able to join my squad just yet, are you? Oh, no, you can't because you're a mercenary. Interesting. There. Any other mercenaries, or is it just the one? Yeah, I think it's literally just the one. The rest are all monster slayers. You didn't know that was possible? I can explain why it happens. I once killed a Titan, which was a giant man made of fire with 2 horns that was breathing fire and could fly, because it caught a tree on fire and a log fell on its head and it died. And to this day, Maybe my favorite way of killing a beast ever was it got hit by a tree. Like how? 1 in a million dice roll. So when a dwarf chops down a tree, the tree falls away from the dwarf, but any of those logs can be lethal if they land directly on your head. The problem is some trees are taller than other trees. So if a tree falls over onto another tree, the logs can land on top of the tree next to it. And those logs that are sitting in the tree branches above the tree that just fell over. Brewhub! It's gonna keep bothering me that it doesn't finish the sound effect. Thank you very much for that gifting a sub. Cheers, dude. So the logs up in the trees, then when they collapse, they don't fall forward. They fall straight down, like directly down. So you chop the first tree over, it falls over away, lands on top of another tree. They run to the next one, they chop down that tree, the logs from the new tree fall this way, but the old ones just go straight down and can be lethal. That's how it can happen. There was one time I lost 3 dwarves in the first couple seconds of a fort because of that. It's very unlikely that it'll happen now because Tarn made them super easy to dodge, but it's still possible that it can happen. And it's hilarious when it does. So, there's that. Thank you very much for the mini train chat. Appreciate you guys. This game has a tree falling system? Yep. So weirdly, lovingly detailed. Just wait until you find out about weird things like 1,000 dragons can fit in one tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. Because when something is lying down, it loses its mass. Someone was saying something that you can't die from fall damage if you're lying down, which I think is amazing. I don't know if that's true because I haven't tried it, but apparently if you're lying down and you fall out of a thing, you can't take fall damage. Yeah, just like real life. Also, dodge roll. We're gonna slaughter one of those. So basically, I slaughter robots that get depressed. This is a really fucked up mod. Thank you much for the for the mini train. And I know that the bot says that you missed the train, but it doesn't matter because the only thing that matters with hype trains is the friends we made along the way, regardless of whether or not they actually level up and like matter according to Twitch. Emotes are bad anyway. My emotes are better. Oh, thanks for the support, lads. Cheers. But anyway, just for Yato, so this is where I live, right? Now, normally these wouldn't be like fucking First Order Star Wars stuff, but we're Jawas living here, right? These are all different fortresses. Normally they would be dwarves, maybe humans, but generally dwarves. These down here are all weird pirate hamlets full of various aliens. Normally these would all be humans. And over here, we've got these little tree villages here, which are all filled with Ewoks. Normally, these would all be elves. And these would normally be more humans, but they're rebels. And that is an Ewok Tower of Necromancer Ewoks, which is amazing. There's also Wookiees and stuff in this mod. But normally, those would all be different factions. Like, this would probably be a different group of dwarves instead of being clone troopers for some reason. So that's that, right? And it says their population. Those populations are all being tracked and followed, and you could go and read the life history of every single one of the individual population members in each of these fortresses, the entire life story of and all of the items that have been created, all of the artifacts that have been created, all of the different positions and families and internal struggles and people that die in order that they die in Legends mode. So you can go and read all of the history of any of these fortresses in Legends mode. They all exist. Also, you could play adventure mode and play as one character and go and visit them. You could walk around them and talk to every single person in there. And then if you leave and come back with a different adventurer or go attack them with a fortress, you could kill those people that you spoke with because they're still there. That's a tower full of necromancer clone troopers, which is hilarious. Sounds Portal as hell. It kind of does, doesn't it? It's also pretty Star Warsy, not gonna lie. So Dwarf Fortress not only has other factions, but it generates every single individual character in the world's life story, history, and it tracks it. Another thing that this game does is things are finite. So you could theoretically, like, you know how in RimWorld, if you exterminate every other faction site on the map, you'll still get attacked by things. You'll still get raids, even if every other faction site is dead, right? In Dwarf Fortress, if you kill everything on the world, you will stop getting raided because there's nothing left to kill you. There is the Age of Myth, which is the most common age that they can live in, which is when the most magical creatures, the most dwarves, the most elves, and like everything is kind of averaged at its equilibrium. That's the Age of Myth. But if there's no humans, no elves, and no goblins left, it's just dwarves, it'll become the Age of Dwarf. If it's majority humans in the world, it'll become the Age of Man. The Age of Monsters is when all of the factions are all dead and it's just beasts that are alive. And there's a bunch of other ages that are super rare that never actually happen, like the Age of Death, where almost everything in the world is dead. Yeah, also, the world can literally die, where there is no intelligent life left, and usually it's just a couple of creepy and undead necromancers living in their towers, writing books about themselves, and hanging out with their army of zombies. There are procedurally generated creatures and factions. I've never seen the Age of Dragons. I've seen screenshots of the Age of Dragons, though. Yeah, the Age of Fairy Tales is fun. So yeah, no, and it's just a incredibly replayable game that is completely free. Thalcupic representative. I wonder what a representative is. But like this character, this Thil, Cupid King, the representative, who's a Mandalorian, this person has a history. They have an age. The game knows it. They're not telling me it because it's not relevant information for me. But they have an age. They have parents. They have probably siblings and friends. They probably came from somewhere, and that place has its history. And if I write this person's name down and go look it up in Legends for this world, once I'm done playing this fortress, I could tell you their life story. I've traded multiple times in the time that you've been here, so yes, you can absolutely trade with people. You can trade with people, you can invade people, you can raid people, but raiding people is a little more simplistic than I think a lot of people hope. Raiding people is just, here, you know what? I'm actually just going to go raid this tomb just to show you what the animation looks like and try and steal some books. So this is crate train trusted, whatever that is. That's jaw waste. Where is it? Yeah. So this is a monastery of Contain Rust, which is a monastery that has some books in it called the Stormtrooper, the Truth, which sounds great, the Hidden Meaning of the Mountain Home, and the Students' Monastery. There's nobody there. There's no civilized population living there. It's just an empty thing. So I'm sending some of my Jawas to go explore. So that's my military squads. I'm sending 2 of them out, and they're all leaving right now, as you can see. They're going to go walk across the map to that spot, and then they're going to try and steal some books. I could send them to almost any site on the overworld map and say, go raid it and steal their stuff. Go raid it and attack them. Go raid it and try and take over it and populate it. I don't get to control it as a player, but I can destroy sites on the map if I so choose. Speaking of floating military squads, how's things, Squug? Squug, I have a question. What is your opinion on this? Name is Grumbo. Pretty close. That's a blurg. It's a blurg. That is a canon Star Wars creature called a blurg. It's in a lot of things. What's up, Harry? There's a ghost in the middle of my everything. That's why all my droids are depressed, is because there's ghosts everywhere. For a yearly annual visit. Well, it's good to see you, man. How you been? Blurg pistol better than Blurg? I don't know what that is, but... Just Damn. Is that like the Canadian Beaver version of Just Dance? Just Damn? I don't know what this F is. What are you? You're a stray FA-4 pilot droid. FA-4 pilot droid. FA-4. Issa that. Seems friendly. Oh, is it? Okay. Well, I mean, the more you know. I will say that a blurg is a face only a mother could love. That's good, Harry. Every now and again we talk about you and go, hey, and I hope Harry's still out and about and doing things. Likes blurgs for their ugly faces. Well, actually, it was blurgs for their teeth that I saw somebody who liked them. Expendability in droids for their depressive moods. I don't know if I like droids for their depressive moods. I like the droids for their surprising variety, though. I don't need any more entertainers. Decide to go to the gym? That's good. Hope you had a good time at the gym. Although I do need to try that Pokemon mod. That's next on my mod to-do list for Dwarf. It's because there is a very detailed Pokemon mod that adds hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Pokemon. And naturally I need to try it. You remember it like it was yesterday? Yeah. Wait, what? Here, let me show you my favorite Dwarf Fortress related GIF. I've shown this GIF on stream a bunch recently. This is from the Dwarf Fortress Pokemon mod page. This is what happens when you put a bunch of Pokemon in a room together. It's just going to be Dwarf Fortress with a bunch of very explodey letters everywhere. Very violent explodey letters, and a lot of blood. It's like every single animal is just like the strength of a forgotten beast. That is fire and smoke. There was a lightning bolt in there somewhere. Here, let me try this again. Yeah, there's definitely lightning bolts, water, fire, ice. Yeah. Water training, or maybe just like hiding inside of a bunker and never going outside because it's a war zone above ground. I think it's going to be a mix of the two, personally. I mean, this is already pretty close. I mean, this map, I have those fire flamethrower droids that run across once a day, and it's like the equivalent of like, okay, everything is fine, and then suddenly it's just everything's exploding because there's fire everywhere. Here, you know what? I'll just give you guys the link to the mod. There's the link to the mod on Bay 12. TLDR, it features 898 Pokemon evolutions, Pokemon abilities, legendary Mega Beasts, mythical semi-Mega Beasts, status conditions, berries and plants and items, optional mystery dungeon content, optional trading card game content, all kinds of Pokemon-related fun, capital letters, and bunch of known issues and patches and such. And also that GIF. Oh, also, this is a screenshot of this is the battle log from that. They're like healing each other and killing each other and healing each other and killing each other and shooting water at each other and lightning. And also screaming about how it's a fight and it's not their problem and how they must fight too and all that jazz. Fun means you're dying really quickly. Yeah. Actually, exclamation point, fun, exclamation point just means you're on fire. Which can be a good thing. I mean, so my Jawas have returned from their mission. This was their mission to go to that tomb and look for books. In the late summer of 149, the forces of the last Abbey of Sand searched Curtain Rust. And the hidden meaning of the mountain home was looted. We looted a bunch of stuff. And then we came back. That's what the fights are like, except it has a combat log there instead of fighting. So that's what sieging other people's like. It's one of the simpler mechanics in the game. Ooh, there's another one there. Let's go to this one next. Speaking of disappointments. I don't know why I would say that. Hi, audio. What's up? Oh, no. Chat, we have a big problem. Stone requires a sub. Stone and Tygo both require subs. You're not a disappointment? No, but the combat can be if you're not expecting that. I apologize. How are you doing, audio? How's things? You know who isn't a disappointment? Hi, audio. How are you? Today's been a better day. That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad I didn't, like, start a bad day with kind of halfway accidentally insulting you. Hey! You're stupid. I don't know why it cuts off. It's so fucking annoying. Just hold the fucking phone. Streamlabs.com/dashboard. Fix your shit, Streamlabs. The fuck, man? Volume. Try this again. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna rerun that and see if that fixed it. There we go. I extended the duration slightly. Now it plays the whole thing. For some reason, it shortened the duration. I don't recall doing that. I'm still using Streamlabs, yes, because lazy. Don't want to redo all of my... Uh-oh. Can't report crime, too injured. Uh-oh. Somebody committed a crime? I'm trying to set up things so that we can report crimes, but currently I can't, so if I build that, I can set it up so that they can report crimes. I mean, necromancers will eventually attack you if you rob them a bunch, yeah? People will go at... If you get caught, they're more likely to rob you. If you steal their stuff a bunch, eventually they'll raid you. Basically, attacking somebody or stealing their stuff will eventually cause them to come kill you. Or try and come kill you. Segue into instant regret. I've had a few segues into instant regrets because I don't think about what I'm saying. I just say it. Okay, Space Pirate is the captain of the guard, right? Yes. All right. So, now I have a captain of the guard. So they should be able to report that crime now. And I have this angry ASP-19 battle droid over here in this corner who is tantruming currently. Who is committing crimes. So I'm going to set it so that... Oh my god. So first we have a theft, and then we have a bunch of crimes. Hopefully we have some witnesses, but... And I will make that into a room used by Justice. Nobody reporting crime? Okay, so some of the robots are reporting crimes. Okay, well, I got some crimes against Aloth, this battle droid. The rest have no witnesses. So, a beating and 57 days in prison is the punishment for that robot. We're not always killing things, though. What? But I am setting up chains. One of my biggest complaints about Dwarf Fortress, though, is the, what's it called? The diplomacy stuff is very underbaked, and hopefully will get worked on / expanded for the future versions, specifically the premium versions. I really hope that there's some sort of small expansions, if not larger expansions, to that version. Holy shit. You are too injured to report crime. That is a problem. Do I have to crush you? Or drop a rock on your head or something? So, you're too injured to report crime. I can't. Can I expel you? Make room. Used by Justice. What happened? Oh, I've got droids that are tantruming is the problem. Because I've depressed droids, and when they're named, I can't slaughter them. So my only real options are to give them a beating and chain them up and hope that they don't hate it. But the problem is I've also got this droid that, like, right here. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to see if I can just tell my guys to kill it. Can I? Nope. Doesn't look like I can kill it because it's not tantruming. But I got this dwarf that's too injured to report crimes, which is kind of a pain. You know what? I'm going to see if I can cheese this. I'm going to make this a room assigned to Space Pirate and see if Space Pirate can attend to that meeting. Doesn't look like it. Anyway, this fortress is kind of becoming a mess, mostly because of this. This is bugs, which are issues with having robots in your fort that probably don't have blood. So I think what we're going to do is I think we're going to retire this fortress. I'm going to go do lunch. And then when I come back from lunch, we're going to talk about, well, we're going to look at Legends maybe a little bit, take a peek at Legends, and then go roleplay as Sith for a little bit in adventure mode. I think that's what we're going to do. How's that sound, chat? This has been a fun little fort. You know, we survived against all odds. We built that little above ground thing. We got a bunch of robots, population of 121 Jawas and droids. Yeah, 104 Jawas and the rest are all droids. We dug down pretty deep. We hit the first cavern layer. We killed a bunch of forgotten beasts with Jawas, which is like kind of impressive, actually. We didn't go down too deep just because, I don't know, it's weird for Jawas to dig too deep. And yeah, this mod is super enjoyable and fun. I recommend you try it. But I'm going to put a thingy into the chat and give us a retire. So the fort will continue living in the world. I just no longer have control over it. Ugh. So, I've been streaming for 6 hours, and I'm quite hungry. I'm going to go get lunch, which is going to take me a little bit of time. But I'm not going to leave you guys with nothing. I'm going to leave you guys with something to listen to. I'm going to leave you guys with something to listen to. And when I come back, once you're done listening to the thing that I gave you to listen to, and after I'm done eating, we will play some adventure mode for a bit. And then this evening, I don't know what we'll do. We'll figure something out. I thought you said farewell to Jesus, and I had to, like, do a double take. All right, so you guys enjoyed the tunes. I will be back in a couple of minutes, and then we are going to go be a monster. I mean, Sith for a bit, and go kill a bunch of things. This has been fun. Hope you guys have been enjoying the stream so far today. I want to say a big thank you and shout out to everybody who's subscribed and thrown bits around in the last little bit. It's nice to make money while I do my job. And